Chapter 1. Is hard work really useless? Naval Headquarters. Elite Recruit Barracks. At this moment, in the training room, hundreds of teenagers are training hard. Zephyr, the chief instructor of the elite battalion, watched with a majestic face. When he saw two of them, his face eased and he nodded to himself. These two teenagers, one with a cross scar on the chin, and the other with silver hair. It was Drake and Smoker. These two people are in the elite camp. The former is an ancient dinosaur fruit-capable person. After staying in the elite camp for 2 years, he showed amazing talent, overwhelming all elite veterans, and became the leader of the elite. The latter is an elite recruit who entered the camp this year. With the Logia Smoke ability, he has risen strongly into a rising star in just 1 year, fighting against Drake. In these two people, Zephyr vaguely saw the shadow of the Red Dog Kizaru back then. I believe that in time, the achievements of these two people will be extraordinary. Next, Zephyr continued his gaze, and when he landed on the handsome teenager in the corner, he couldn't help but sigh secretly. Pity. This young man, called Xiaming, was also training meticulously. Even his movements were more standard than Drake and Smoker, but he made Zephyr shook his head slightly. Because he knew that even if Xiaming worked hard, he couldn't keep up with Drake and Smoker. It is worth mentioning that Xiaming entered the elite camp a year earlier than Drake, and he has been in the elite camp for almost 3 years. However, his strength is far worse than Drake, and even worse than Smoker. It's not that Xiaming doesn't work hard. On the contrary, Zephyr has brought so many elite camps and has never seen anyone who works harder than Xiaming. The elite recruit barracks, known as the cradle of marine generals, can be conceived of how hard it is to train. Just say that the training time per day is definitely more than 8 hours. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Xiaming's training time is 16 hours a day. Twice as much as others. Zephyr also knows that Xiaming has been meticulous in training and has never been half burnt out. But this is the case. Among the many recruits in the elite battalion, Xiaming's strength is still at the bottom. No way, because his talent is too low. In many cases, what others can learn in 1 day may not be understood in 3 days. This has led to the fact that even if Xiaming has worked hard to cultivate, after 3 years, he was gradually separated by others, and finally became the tail of a crane. To be honest, Zephyr also has something in his heart. Xiaming feels it is not worth it, but he is really helpless. Because he also felt that pure effort is useless. Without the corresponding talents, no matter how hard you work, you will not be able to compare with those with strong talents. Aunt Charlotte Linlin is an obvious example. This woman, born with supernatural power, with bronze skin and iron bones, had not practiced before, but when she was 5 years old, she destroyed the kingdom of giants. Needless to say, the scary talent. No matter how hard Xiaming works, it may not reach Charlotte Linlin's 5-year-old starting point. Of course, Xiaming's efforts are not entirely useless. In Zephyr's view, Xiaming's qualifications are at best the life of a recruit in the ordinary battalion. 3 years ago, he was able to pass the ordinary battalion assessment and enter the elite battalion. But that's it. Xiaming may not be eligible to take the graduation exam soon. Thinking of this, Zephyr was silent. 2 hours later, after the training was over, Zephyr took the lead in pacing away after he ordered the disbandment. The recruits are scattered among the birds and beasts. As the influential figures in the elite camp, Drake and Smoker were naturally surrounded by other recruits and left jokingly. As for Xiaming, he didn't mean to leave at all, and continued to do push-ups meticulously. Drops of hot sweat rolled down his forehead, and even formed a pool of water under him. However, his efforts were not appreciated, and instead provoked waves of ridicule. Haha, that kid is training again. Hey, Senior Xiaming, stop struggling and leave the elite camp obediently. Come on, I'm waiting to see you counterattack. Haha. The one who mocked the loudest was Berry Good and Xiun. The former is capable of peas, while the latter is capable of rusty fruits. The two of them, in the first phase with Drake, also entered the elite camp 1 year later than Xiaming, but they felt very refreshed to humiliate Xiaming, a hard-working but weaker senior. Chapter 2. As for the classmates with Xiaming, they are naturally ashamed to be associated with Xiaming, the crane tail, so even if someone humiliates Xiaming, they simply ignore it. However, Xiaming ignored the ridicule of Berrygood and Xiun, but continued to grit his teeth and continued to exercise. Berrygood and Xiun naturally ridiculed more loudly. "It's okay if you don't answer us, but you must cheer, don't be kicked out of the elite camp by then." Xiaming still didn't reply, but there was some fluctuation in his eyes. It is worth mentioning that the elite camp has a large-scale assessment every year. This assessment, to Xiaming veterans who have been in the elite camp for 3 years, is equivalent to a graduation assessment. In this graduation assessment, there is no qualification, only the difference in grades. In other words, after the recruits are assessed, the Marine government will assign different positions according to their respective assessment results. But here, there is also a prerequisite, that is, there will be a moral strength test before participating in the graduation assessment. This moral strength test is actually used to test the strength of those elite battalion veterans to become Marine generals after graduation. If you can't even meet a certain standard, then there is no need to participate in the graduation assessment, and you will be transferred directly from the elite camp and become a low-level Marine. In that case, it is no different from being kicked out of the elite camp. At present, Xiaming is at the point where it is difficult to reach the standard even in the strength test. Realizing this, Xiaming's eyes felt a little sad. Is hard work really useless? 200 millions of experience augmentation system. Call. Unconsciously, in the elite training room, only Xiaming's heavy breathing was left. His arms trembled, and he could barely support the body that had become particularly heavy. But that was the case. He persisted for more than half an hour before he fell into the sweat with a painful face. Turning over hard and looking at the empty ceiling above, Xiaming panted hard, his eyes a little lost. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It's almost 7 years. In the empty training room, there was a slightly embarrassing murmur. No one knows that Xiaming is not actually a person in this world. He comes from the earth and is an ordinary otaku. At that time, he was watching the One Piece all night, but when he woke up, he penetrated into this pirate world and became a 10-year-old war orphan. After crossing into the pirate world, Xiaming didn't have much surprise, but inevitably lost and sad. After all, he still has family and friends on Earth. But when he found that there was no hope of going home, he had to accept the fact of crossing. It's just that he quickly discovered that this crossing was too unreliable, and he didn't even bind the system to him. He was a child at the time, no one had no money, no system, and life was difficult, as you can imagine. Fortunately, it was already the era of the great pirates. The Marine government recruited a large number of troops every year, so Xiaming enlisted honorably in order to survive and became a trainer in the General Recruit Battalion. However, as a cross-party, Xiaming is well aware of the danger of becoming a Marine. If he does not have the strength, he is likely to be one of the cannon fodder in the future, or he may die in the aftermath of a strong man if he is not careful. In order to live longer, Xiaming is determined to get rid of the lazy habit of otaku and exercise super hard. If someone else does 1 push-up, he will do 2. If someone else trains for 1 hour, he will train for 2 hours. With this redoubled effort, Xiaming was able to enter the legendary elite recruit barracks, and even received Zephyr's teachings. Only after coming to the elite camp, Xiaming gradually realized the importance of talent. The talent gap can no longer be smoothed out with hard work. Just like a popular saying on the earth, if you work hard to be useful, what can you do with genius? It is no exaggeration to say that Marine's elite camp is full of geniuses. Especially Drake and Smoker. Not only do they have a strong devil fruit ability blessing, but they also have a strong talent for cultivation. As a result, even if Xiaming worked harder to train, he could not keep up with the footsteps of other elite battalion recruits, and was even thrown farther and farther, until he was reduced to the current situation. Speaking of which, Xiaming's physique is not inferior to other recruits, but his talent is too bad. Take Marine 6 Styles as an example. Although Marine 6 Styles is the main training method of the CP department, there are also lessons for the elite camp. The recruits of the elite camp, if they are practicing Marine 6 Styles, generally within 3 years, they can learn 1.5 of Marine 6 Styles. As for Xiaming, there have not been many results in 3 years, and now it is only a half-iron body that can occasionally display half a bucket of water. Like Smoker, he has learned iron body in just 1 year, and that's it, when he is distracted to practice the smoke ability. Comparing the two, make a decision. Thinking of this, Xiaming's handsome face was suddenly filled with sadness. If this continues, he may really not be able to reach the standard in the power test 3 days later, and he was finally kicked out of the elite camp. Even if he can be a small captain later, it is estimated that it will be difficult to escape the fate of being a cannon fodder. However, when Xiaming was lost, a strange voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! The energy storage is complete, and the billion times experience increase system is being activated. Chapter 3. This sound, like an electronic sound, directly stunned Xiaming. He sat up all of a sudden, his eyes widened. System. At this moment, Xiaming had an incredible feeling. At the beginning of the journey, he had fantasized about the arrival of the system countless times, but he was still unable to do so. In the end, he was discouraged and completely cut off his thoughts. But I never expected that the system would appear at this time. Is it an illusion? And then, as if answering Xiaming's doubts, the electronic voice sounded again. The billion times experience system was successfully activated, and the first phase of the 100 times experience increase began to unlock. Unlocked successfully, from now on, the host will be able to get 100 times experience increase no matter what he does. Listening to a series of electronic sounds, Xiaming completely confirmed the existence of the system. Only after listening, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. Whatever you do, can you get 100 times experience? What does it mean? But then, before Xiaming asked, the system voice fell silent again. No matter how he called, there was no response. Xiaming had to wonder, maybe he had hallucinations. But he still had a hint of hope and tried to do a sit-up. As a result, an extremely magical thing happened. 3. The magical increase of 100 times experience. Hiss. Xiaming suddenly took a breath. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Although he suspected that the activation of the system just now was an illusion, he still had a hint of hope. Since according to the system, no matter what you do, you can get 100 times experience, so if he does some exercise, it should be effective. With this idea in mind, Xiaming stayed in place and did a sit-up. As a result, something magical happened. After doing this sit-up, Xiaming's abdomen felt extremely sour and soft. It felt like he did hundreds of sit-ups in one breath. Xiaming's handsome face could not help showing pain, but soon it was replaced by excitement. I just did a sit-up, how can I feel this way? Xiaming's eyes widened again. Even at this moment, he is already over-exercising, but doing one more sit-ups, it is impossible to feel like this. The feeling of extreme soreness is clearly the feeling that will only appear after doing many exercises. Realizing this, Xiaming's eyes gradually brightened. So, this is what the system calls 100 times experience. One exercise is equivalent to 100 times. So, the system is activated, is it true? Thinking of this, Xiaming suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. There is a sentence how to say it. Correct. Although the system will be late, it will never be absent. I finally have a system. And it's such an amazing system. 100 times experience. Cool. The next day, Zephyr got news from Xiaming's 3-day leave from his instructors. Speaking of it, it is difficult for recruits to apply for vacation in places like the elite camp. After all, the Marine government provides so many resources to recruits, but it is not for them to be lazy. But Xiaming is different. He belongs to the kind of person who often trains his body, so the instructors turn a blind eye to Xiaming's leave. Because they all know that the cultivator mad, as long as he can move, he will cultivate himself. After discovering that Xiaming did not come to participate in the training, even if Zephyr didn't say anything, the other recruits naturally guessed the reason. Haha, that guy must have been irritated yesterday, and he has a problem with his body again, right? It's really pitiful. I don't understand the truth that too much is too late. Don't talk about the graduation assessment now, even if you don't know whether you can participate in the test of ability. Chapter 4. Hehe, maybe I know I can't even handle the test, and I'm pretending to be sick. Among them, Very Good and Xion were ridiculed again. But Drake and Smoker didn't say much, because in their eyes, Xiaming was really not worth mentioning. At this moment, a dormitory for Marine recruits. Xiaming, who asked for leave, stood in the living room of the dormitory brilliantly, with a smile on his lips. In fact, he did practice badly yesterday. After confirming the existence of the system and its magical usefulness, he naturally jumped up and gritted his teeth for a new round of training. Under the influence of 100 times experience, his physical improvement is amazing. But in this way, Xiaming's fatigue value is naturally increased by 100-fold. So at the end of the practice, he almost crawled back to the dormitory. However, he asked for 3 days off not because Xiaming wanted to recuperate, but because he wanted to continue practicing. It is worth mentioning that Xiaming's resilience is obviously much stronger because of the improvement of physique. After only lying down for 1 night, he was sore and feeble last night, and he was resurrected with blood, as if he was full of inexhaustible energy. But next, he didn't go to assemble training as usual. Instead, with a clever idea, he directly asked the instructor for 3 days of leave. As for the reason, it is very simple. It is because of 100 times experience increase. You know, the system says that no matter what you do, you can get 100 times experience increase. Yesterday, he just used this increase to exercise and achieved amazing results. So, if it is used to train him for a long time, but there is still no iron body to get started? Under the 100 times experience increase, there is no doubt that the effect is absolutely amazing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. So in order to prevent Zephyr or other recruits from seeing any clues, Xiaming also planned to practice in the dormitory for 3 days. Start now. Without wasting time, Xiaming immediately condensed his breath and calmly began to practice. After a while, a soft drink came from his mouth. Iron body. At this moment, Xiaming's body stretched, only to feel that some invisible power began to appear on the surface of his body. Vaguely, there is a sense of increased defense. Aware of this, Xiaming's face suddenly smiled. Although he hasn't tried it, he knows from his past experience that his current self does indeed use a semi-iron body. You know, even though it's just a half bucket of iron body, in the past, Xiaming was not 100 spirits. After using this half-iron body, he didn't know if it was Xiaming's illusion, he just felt that suddenly he felt comfortable. It seems that when I use the semi-iron body, I understand a lot in an instant. 100 times experience is working. Xiaming naturally understands where that feeling comes from. It is 100 times experience increase. In other words, he succeeded in using the half-iron body this time, which is equivalent to 100 more successful experiences in using the half-iron body. This kind of experience is of great benefit to Xiaming's cultivating real iron body, so naturally it is unnecessary to say more. Seeing those successful experiences, Xiaming's lips curled up. He suddenly discovered that iron body doesn't seem to be that difficult to cultivate. Suddenly, Xiaming is a little looking forward to the strength test in the near future. For the day of the power test? In a blink of an eye. It's the day of the power test. Early in the morning, the elite camp training room became lively. All the elite recruits, including Xiaming, gathered here, and under the leadership of Zephyr and other instructors, they were conducting a moral test. It is worth mentioning that elite recruits such as Drake and Smoker for 1 or 2 years also need to be tested. The difference is that Xiaming is used to judge the qualifications to take the graduation exam, while Drake and Smoker are only used to judge the combat effectiveness in order to have a clearer understanding of their own strength. And it is the Daoli robot developed by the mysterious and talented scientist Vegapunk who is responsible for the test. This kind of robot, 2 meters high and composed of white machinery, is a combat robot, but while fighting, they will collect various data of the opponent, and the approximate power value will be obtained after 5 minutes. At this moment, what was tested on the field was an elite recruit who had been in the camp for a year. He is fat, but very flexible, holding a pair of fat fists, hitting the Daoli robot from time to time. 5 minutes later, the Daoli robot stopped, and the number 40 appeared on the small screen on its head. Chapter 5. Seeing this, Xiaming suddenly raised his eyebrows. He knew that this meant 40 power points. Ordinary Marine, the power value is 10. But this is an elite camp, so the requirements are naturally higher. The strength of the 3-year graduation exam even needs 100. However, he is a recruit who has been in the camp for a year, and he can have 40 power points, which is already very good. You know, Xiaming, who had been in the camp for a year, only had 24 power points. As predicted. When the chief instructor Zephyr saw this, he nodded and encouraged him, "Not bad." The recruit suddenly showed excitement, and after a gratitude, he went down. Next person. As the instructor summoned, another recruit came up to test. But this time the recruits were obviously more popular than the fat recruits just now, and it caused a little commotion. "Ah, it's my goddess! Don't stain my goddess with your lustful eyes. Hina, so beautiful." "Very good," Xiun and other recruits, their eyes turned into love. Even Xiaming didn't realize his eyes lit up. This time it was a female recruit who came out for the test. He has long straight peach hair, a delicate face, a graceful figure, and a long sword in his hand. It is Hina. Later, those who have the ability to be fruitful. It is worth mentioning that Hina is also a 1-year recruit in the elite battalion, at the same time as Smoker. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It's just that she hasn't eaten the fruit of the bar, so she can't match Smoker, let alone Drake. However, with her young and beautiful setting, she also attracted a lot of admirers, and she was well known in the elite camp. Of course, Hina is not bad now. She fought against the Daoli robot, and finally achieved 95 Daoli points. Now she has only entered the elite camp for 1 year. According to this strength, if she is allowed to practice for a period of time, she may be able to directly qualify for the graduation exam. This kind of performance not only made Xiaming nodded secretly, but also praised Zephyr. In 1 year, he reached 95 points of power, and he was considered a small genius. You know, before this, Very Good and Xiun, who are capable people, were only around 90. Hina has no fruit ability to support, but is higher than Very Good and Xiun, and the talent is naturally very good. The voices of those who admire are all warmer because of this. But soon, with Smoker's appearance, the attention of the recruits suddenly shifted to him. Even the instructors are different. It's Smoker's turn. Logia Smoke ability. I don't know what his power value is. Will it be higher than Drake's previous record? It is worth mentioning that recruits like Hina and Smoker, who have been in the camp for a year, are now only testing their power values for the first time, so everyone is very concerned. especially now that Smoker is fighting against Drake, so everyone is very curious whether Smoker's power value this year can be compared with Drake's power value last year. Even Xiaming was very curious about this, so he watched intently. Quickly. As another 5 minutes passed, the answer was revealed. 120. Smoker's power value turned out to be 120. Compared to Drake's record of 110 last year, it is 10 points higher. It's worthy of being the strongest recruit of this class. Awesome, Smoker. Interesting, it's actually higher than Drake's power value last year. The recruits couldn't help but talk excitedly. Smoker was firmly established as the strongest recruit. You know, the recruits who have been in the camp for 1 year have already been tested. Smoker is the last one, but as of now, only his power value exceeds 100. Next, I don't know if the instructors deliberately wanted Drake to compete with Smoker. Among the 2-year recruits in the camp, Drake was the first to be called out for testing. Drake was silent, and walked towards the Daoli robot silently. Soon, in the eyes of everyone, the battle was simply over. Chapter 6. Drake is not the leader of the recruits in the elite battalion, and even without the fruit ability, he has played 200 power points. At this time, the entire training room became a little noisy. You know, this kind of power value, many veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years can't get it out. In this way, whether it is Smoker or Drake, the performance of the two can be said to be very amazing. It was so amazing that many people ignored the test of the recruits who entered the camp for the next 3 years, and they had been discussing the two in a low voice. The two people are so prosperous that they will definitely develop into a battle between dragons and tigers in the days to come. But the next moment, when the instructor called the name of a recruit who had been in the camp for 3 years, the entire training ground suddenly fell silent. Next, Xiaming. The audience was silent, and then brushed. Almost everyone's eyes suddenly looked at the handsome teenagers in the crowd. It's him. 5 Dao power reaches the standard, this is a miracle. Next, Xiaming. As the instructor's cry fell, the audience suddenly fell silent. Then in the next instant, almost everyone looked at the handsome figure in the crowd. Xiaming. By the time he began to test his strength value, in the eyes of everyone, Xiaming walked out of the team blankly. But at this time, the low sarcasm suddenly floated up again. Haha, it's the end of this crane. Guess he can meet the standard. Originally I thought it was okay, but now it is estimated to be difficult. Don't forget that he took 3 days off. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. That's right, if you say that, based on his performance of only 60 strength last year, it's not bad to have 80 this time. I guess there is number 80, hehe. Among them, Very Good and Xion were the most ridiculous. No way, although both of them are fruit-powered and have decent talents, they are not as good as Drake and Smoker, and even Hina is inferior. In this way, they can only brush up on the sense of existence from Xiaming, a 3-year veteran. Of course, their ridicule is also based on certain grounds. After all, the other recruits present, including Smoker, Drake, Hina and others, are not optimistic about Xiaming. Quiet. But at this time, Zephyr apparently heard the taunts, stared sharply, and snorted. An invisible aura swept along, and immediately suppressed all the noise. Although he is not optimistic about Xiaming, Zephyr still approves of his hard work and practice. In his opinion, if Drake and Smoker can work so hard, their future achievements will definitely be even higher. It's just Xiaming, it's still a pity. And when Zephyr regretted and everyone was not optimistic, Xiaming's test began. As soon as the Daoli robot stepped on it, it immediately attacked Xiaming. A white mechanical fist came abruptly. At this moment, Xiaming's eyes condensed. Good job. With a low cry in his heart, he stepped out in the same way. He slammed his head to avoid the Daoli robot's fist, then jumped on the spot, twisted his waist and turned his legs. A standard whip kick hit the back of Daoli robot. With a pop, the Daoli robot was kicked and staggered forward, almost falling to the ground. What? At this time, Very Good, Zion, and others who looked at them jokingly were a little surprised. Originally, they thought Xiaming would fight against the Doli robot in a game. They didn't expect Xiaming to face the Doli robot right from the beginning, and it still had the upper hand. As for the instructors such as Zephyr, he was also a little surprised at this time. Xiaming's performance doesn't seem so bad. With this idea, they will continue to watch. There are Smoker Drake and Hina. They didn't pay attention to Xiaming originally, but now they noticed the abnormality and couldn't help but look at it. At this time, Xiaming's eyes brightened. Of course he wouldn't foolishly fight with Daoli robots. You know, he has a 100 times experience increase. So when fighting against Daoli robots, the combat experience he gained was also x100. Chapter 7. In this way, of course, the positive advantage is greater. And at this moment, after kicking the Daoli robot for a while, Xiaming immediately felt the massive experience feedback. Without a second word, the corner of his mouth curled slightly, and he immediately stuck to the Daoli robot again. Under the 100 times experience increase, Xiaming's skills in dealing with Daoli robots began to advance by leaps and bounds. Ever since, in everyone's eyes, Xiaming had just started fighting with the Daoli robots, and only had the upper hand, but as time went on, it became stronger and stronger, almost completely suppressing the Daoli robots. In the end, I don't know if he calculated the time correctly. When there were only 10 seconds left, he suddenly slammed into the arms of the Doli robot, then turned around abruptly, grabbed the hand of the Doli robot and pulled it to the ground. Bang! The Daoli robot was directly bombed on the ground. When everyone saw this, they were shocked, and then subconsciously looked at the small screen on the head of the Daoli robot. There it started to analyze all the data collected, and then jumped out a number. 110. It turned out to be 110 power points. Seeing this value, many people are a little confused. You are not mistaken, Xiaming actually has 110 power points. It should be correct. According to the situation just now, it is almost this value. I didn't expect this kid to meet the eligibility criteria for the graduation exam. This should be considered a miracle, right? The recruits started talking again. Among them, Very Good and Zion, who despise Xiaming the most, can't help but blush. Although Xiaming, as a recruit who has been in the camp for 3 years, a DAO power of 110 is nothing at all, but it depends on what the situation is. You know, in the past, Xiaming's performance could not even have 100 power points. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It is precisely because of this that they have just mocked Xiaming so surely that it is impossible to reach the standard, but now this value is almost like an invisible slap, calling them on their faces, faintly painful. At this time, Zephyr also came out to educate. Here, I want to give special praise to Xiaming. God pays for his hard work. This is not a miracle, but the result of his hard work. I hope that others will also be able to. He learns a lot. With that said, he glanced at Very Good and Zion intentionally or unintentionally. Very Good and Zion flushed immediately and lowered their heads in shame, but there was a trace of unrest in their eyes. Soon, the power test was over. Zephyr and a group of instructors took the lead to leave. But this time, Xiaming, whom no one cared about in the past, someone took the initiative to greet him. Xiaming, you are amazing. Instructor Zephyr is right. Xiaming, we should learn from you. It's amazing, Xiaming, everyone thinks you are not up to the standard. Xiaming suddenly became a little funny. Those who greeted him were all recruits from the same year as him. In the past, I saw Xiaming's low strength and dismissed him, but now Zephyr has specifically praised him by name, but has become kind. How could Xiaming not know what these people thought? Maybe just flatter him now, and he could not decide how to despise him. After all, many people's Dao power values even exceed 150. Thinking this way, Xiaming didn't bother to return, and just stepped away. But soon, he was stopped by two figures. 6. Xiaming's very good. Xiaming is about to leave, but was stopped by two figures. One is a strong figure, and the other is thin and skinny. It is very good and Xiun. Something. Xiaming raised his eyebrows, and there was a hint of danger in his eyes. At this moment, both Very Good and Xiun had a smirk on their faces. Hearing Xiaming's question, Very Good squeezed his fists and smiled slyly. Xiaming, you are so amazing. Teacher Zephyr asked us to learn from you. I wonder if you can teach us. Yes. Xiun echoed with a smirk. Xiaming suddenly understood. A strange color appeared on his handsome face. You want to fight me? In the elite camp, the most common of all training programs is combat. Instructors such as Zephyr often let the recruits play against each other to hone their skills. Even recruits can challenge at will, as long as they don't fight to death. There is no doubt that Very Good and Xiun came here to find Xiaming trouble, and they also used the words of Zephyr just now. Why, so stingy, don't you want to teach? Chapter 8. Very Good and Xiun laughed meanly. And seeing this, the surrounding recruits, including Smoker Drake and Hina, showed a hint of interest. It is worth mentioning that although Dao power represents combat effectiveness, it does not represent true strength. Take Smoker and Drake as an example. The two of them didn't use the fruit ability at all. If they use the fruit ability, Smoker is okay. Like Drake, it will definitely be higher, and it is even possible to reach 300 or more. The same goes for Very Good and Xiun. They are fruit-powered people, although they were only about 90 power points just now, but this does not mean that their strength is only that. Therefore, they dare to challenge Xiaming, who has a power value of 110, unscrupulously. Of course, Xiaming's strength may also be hidden. This is why everyone is somewhat interested. They all want to see how strong Xiaming is now. But they are still not optimistic about Xiaming. In their opinion, no matter how high Xiaming's strength is, it is impossible to go anywhere. After all, he was still at a level that couldn't reach the standard not long ago. So next, Xiaming should reject the challenge of Very Good and Xiun, right? Just when everyone was thinking like this, something unexpected happened. Seeing Xiaming's mouth curled up, he smiled and said, Okay, since you guys want to learn so much, then I will teach them together. The implication was that Very Good and Xiun were on board together. Hearing this, Very Good and Xiun were startled. Smoker Drake, Hina, and others couldn't help but start to froze. What? Xiaming actually let Very Good and Xiun join forces to deal with him? Is this what Xiaming meant to hit too? After recollecting it, Smoker and others' faces suddenly became weird. You know, they were not optimistic about Xiaming just now, because they thought Xiaming couldn't deal with even Very Good or Xiun. And now, Xiaming is going to be 12 too? What a joke! And Very Good and Xiun recovered, and laughed at Xiaming's arrogance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Xiun, you go away, let me ask the senior Xiaming first. Very Good suddenly gritted his teeth gloomily, asking how to pronounce the two words very hard. Xiun shook his head with a calm face. No, let me come. Naturally, they couldn't deal with Xiaming together, but they diverged again on the issue of who would take the shot. After discussing a few words, it was Very Good's final decision. Well, mine today, it's your turn when he gets better next time. Fine. Xiun hesitated for a moment, and then walked away. In fact, it doesn't matter who is on, now he just wants to see Xiaming's embarrassed appearance as soon as possible. And then, seeing Very Good walking towards Xiaming with a smile, many recruits showed a gloating look. Although many people flattered Xiaming just now, it was entirely because Zephyr praised Xiaming, and now they can see Xiaming praised by Zephyr being abused by Very Good. They are still very happy. And there is no Schadenfreude, and probably only Smoker Drake and Hina are the three. They don't like bullying, but they are becoming more and more interested when they see it now. Because they were all surprised to find that even if Very Good had already begun to kill Xiaming, his handsome face did not show any fear at all, but his face was indifferent, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be choked with a smile. At this moment, Very Good naturally noticed Xiaming's expression, and immediately burned with anger. What pretend to be, see if I won't beat you to the teeth. He speeded up, and his tall and strong body was crushed directly in front of Xiaming like a tank, and then he punched him violently. It is worth mentioning that Very Good is not as rigid as the Daoli robot. Before punching, he deliberately made a fake move to deceive Xiaming. As a result, he was surprised to find that Xiaming hadn't moved at all, just standing there, as if he wanted to hit him. Very Good was a little confused, but he had already rushed in front of Xiaming at this time. He didn't have time to think about it. With a smirk, his big sandpot fist hit Xiaming's chest straight. When Xiun and others around saw this, they immediately shook their heads. Even Smoker, Drake, and Hina are the same. I thought Xiaming had hidden strength, but I didn't expect to be hit by Very Good all at once. According to the physique and strength of the two, Xiaming will be shot directly by Very Good, right? But at this moment, something surprising happened again. I saw Very Good hit Xiaming's chest with a heavy fist, but he didn't knock Xiaming away. Instead, he screamed and retracted his fist like an electric shock. What? Seeing this, Xiun and others, as well as the Smoker 3, suddenly showed an incredible color. What's going on? 7 Your iron body can't practice at home. Boom! Very Good's fist hit Xiaming's chest. Instead of flying it, he screamed and retracted his fist like an electric shock. What? Chapter 9. Hearing Very Good's screams, everyone couldn't help showing incredible colors. What's going on? Immediately afterwards, the person involved, Very Good, yelled, telling the truth. Impossible. You use iron body. Holding a painful right fist, Very Good's painful face was shocked. You can't go wrong. Xiaming obviously didn't do anything, but he just hit his chest with his fist just like hitting steel. This feeling is definitely the iron body in Marine 6 styles. But the question is, how is it possible? As far as he knows, Xiaming does not know Marine 6 styles. At the same time, everyone who heard Very Good yelled was shocked. Iron body? So, the reason why Very Good's punch came back was because Xiaming used Marine 6 style's iron body? After regaining his senses, the faces of everyone became strange again. Like veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years, they can barely accept it. After all, some of them know that Xiaming has learned half iron body, and now it is normal to be able to display full iron body. But recruits like Smoker Drake who have been in the camp for a year or two are really surprised. Because they, like Very Good, never knew the specific level of Xiaming's cultivation, they only knew that he hadn't practiced any 6 tricks, and now they suddenly saw him use them, they couldn't help being surprised. Of course, for geniuses like Smoker and Drake, this situation is of course not a big deal, but Hina's beautiful eyes are faintly bright, and this senior Xiaming is somewhat admired. As I said before, recruits who have been in the camp for 3 years, if they learn Marine 6 styles, they can generally learn 1.5 tricks. In this case, Xiaming has learned iron body now. It is not too spicy, at best it can only be regarded as mediocre. At this moment, Very Good and Xiun, who have always despised Xiaming, naturally have a sense of admiration. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It seems that Xiaming's spicy chicken cannot be underestimated. However, their contemptuous expressions did not reduce much. Especially Very Good, who smiled grinningly at this time. Senior Xiaming, it seems that there are still 2 things left. Xiaming naturally laughed. It's okay. That's right, what he just used is the iron body from Marine 6 styles. With 100 times experience increase, Xiaming can practice more than twice the result with half the effort. Ever since, in the previous 3 days of vacation, it took only half a day, and he has already mastered half of the iron body proficiently. With this foundation, coupled with 100 times experience increase, Xiaming within 3 days, naturally and perfectly mastered the real iron body. And this is why Xiaming dared to accept the challenge of Very Good and Xiaoun. At this time, Xiaoun, who played as a pig and eats a tiger, was playing Very Good. Xiaming didn't say much, and started to counterattack Very Good as soon as he stepped on it. Brush! As soon as the wind swept, Xiaming approached Very Good, his fist smashed out. This time, it was Very Good's turn to not dodge, a strange color flashed in his eyes. Haha! Don't think that only you can iron body. Very Good thought triumphantly. Yes, he will also Marine 6 styles iron body. It's just that he just learned iron body not long ago, so he didn't expose it. And the only person who knew he could iron body was Xiaoun, who was probably closer to him. So the moment Xiaming hit, Very Good decided to use his own way to treat his body. I also use iron body, Yin the other side. And seeing this scene, Smoker Drake, Hina, and others also vaguely guessed, and they couldn't help but move in their hearts. Xiaoun, the only one who was sure, sneered again, as if he had seen Xiaming also howling with his fists. Only for the next moment, he couldn't help being stunned. Xiaming also landed his fist on Very Good's chest, but what followed was a completely different situation from just now. I saw Very Good, who was smiling at the corner of his mouth, suddenly stared, his face flushed quickly, and then he stepped back several steps. It turned out to be beaten back by Xiaming. Even the corner of Very Good's mouth at this time, there is still a clear blood flowing down. Also injured. Seeing this, Xiaoun was stunned. What's the situation again? Didn't Very Good use iron body? Why is Xiaming beaten back or even injured? At the same time, Smoker and others who were watching were also very strange. Although they were not sure, seeing Very Good standing in place with confidence, he also guessed that he might also have iron body, but what's going on now? Chapter 10. Did Xiaming hurt Very Good who used iron body? Of course, the one who was most shocked and puzzled at this time was still Very Good as the client. You know, he just confirmed, definitely, and must have displayed the iron body. But at that moment, he still felt a tightness in his chest, and then backed away involuntarily. At this moment, subconsciously covering the painful wound, Very Good suddenly raised his head to look at Xiaming, the shock on his face could no longer conceal. Xiaming couldn't help but shook his head and laughed. Your iron body, you can't get home through cultivation. Very Good did use iron body just now, and he was just an ordinary fist, but this does not mean that Very Good can defend his fist. You know, although Very Good is physically strong, he may not be stronger than Xiaming in terms of physique. In addition, in the past few days, Xiaming did not relax much of his body while practicing iron body, so now his physique is much stronger than before. In this way, the iron body that Very Good had just learned, of course, was not completely immune to his fists, and he was vomiting blood, which was normal. And hearing Xiaming's words, Very Good seemed to have some reaction, but in front of so many people, of course he wouldn't give up so easily, so after gritting his teeth, the whole person burst open. Xiaming suddenly narrowed his eyes. Really? 8 Daodu ability plus iron body effect? Boom! At this moment, Very Good's body burst open. Numerous spherical objects began to jump around. Xiaming suddenly narrowed his eyes. Really? And seeing this, the expressions of all the people on the sidelines changed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Appeared, Daodu fruit ability. Very Good seems to be serious. Although I don't know why Very Good was injured just now, Xiaming must be in trouble next time. There is no doubt that the situation where Berrygood burst into countless ball-shaped objects is precisely because he used the pea fruit ability. When most of the recruits saw this, they began to shake their heads and sigh for Xiaming. It is worth mentioning that even in the elite camp, demon fruit power is not much. The ability of devil fruit can actually be regarded as an acquired talent. People with this talent will naturally have a greater advantage than those without. So even though Xiaming had the upper hand in the previous confrontation, now that Berrygood has used the ability to produce peas, most people, even everyone, are not optimistic about Xiaming anymore. Everyone here, even Zephyr and others who watched in secret. It is worth mentioning that although Zephyr and other instructors have left, they are not ignorant of the situation in the training room. After all, a lot of monitoring is installed here. As a result, almost as soon as Xiaming and Berrygood clashed, Zephyr and others had received news from the surveillance room. But they didn't stop it, just went to the monitoring room and watched it silently. To be honest, even Zephyr was a little surprised when he saw Xiaming actually use Iron Body. As the chief instructor, he certainly knows Xiaming's training progress, it's just half Iron Body, and it's not working well at times. Unexpectedly, only a few days later, Xiaming has already mastered Iron Body, and the degree of mastery seems to be very advanced. In amazement, Zephyr couldn't help but feel a little more relieved. In his opinion, this may really be a reward for hard work, and Xiaming has accumulated a lot of money. With this mentality, he paid more attention to this battle. However, after seeing Berrygood using the ability to produce peas, he also shook his head slightly. Although it has never been advocated that students rely too much on the devil fruit ability, Zephyr also has to admit that possessing the devil fruit ability does have a lot of advantages. In this way, Xiaming, which was originally slightly caught in the wind, may soon fall into a disadvantage. And then, as if confirming the views of the people of Zephyr, as Berrygood used the ability to produce peas, the battle situation really reversed. Bang bang bang! Berrygood controlled the large number of spheres that his body turned into, constantly attacking Xiaming. Even though Xiaming used the Iron Body again, it was still not completely immune to such a large amount of impact, and the body began to recede continuously. At the same time, whenever Xiaming wants to counterattack those spheres will bounce off slippery, preventing Xiaming from having a chance to touch them. Even if he occasionally hits one of them, it seems to hurt Berrygood little. In this way, Xiaming fell into a disadvantage in a blink of an eye, and seemed to have only been beaten. Seeing this, Xiun and other recruits who were not optimistic about Xiaming naturally laughed again. Hehe, let's just say, how could this kid be Berrygood's opponent? That's right, although Berrygood is not as good as Smoker and Drake, his strength is definitely not weak. Chapter 11. This Dowda fruit is very flexible, it's offensive and defensive. Smoker, Drake, Hina, and Zephyr, and other instructors who watched in secret, noticed something unusual. They surprisingly discovered that when Berrygood's body transformed into a sphere and hit Xiaming's body, there was a roar of roars. It's as if two kinds of steel meet each other. In fact, it is true. If the sphere that Berrygood transforms is just a simple impact, it is impossible to get Xiaming's iron body defense at this time. After all, even Berrygood's fist can't help Xiaming. His sphere hits, and his strength is naturally beyond the fist bombardment. But the problem is that Berrygood's ball impact is not simple. Because at this moment, Xiaming can clearly feel that the spheres contain hardness no less than steel. It's just an iron ball. Realizing this, Xiaming's face darkened slightly. And seeing Xiaming's face on Berrygood's head, he burst out laughing. Oh, did you find it? Before Xiaming could speak, he continued laughing to himself. Yes, these spheres are not simple peas balls, but peas balls in iron body state. In other words, there are countless peas balls here. Hearing this, Smoker and others were all taken aback. What does it mean? Peas balls in iron body state, peas iron balls? So, now Berrygood is casting iron body, so the spheres he splits are equivalent to iron balls, but the question is, isn't it that the body cannot move in the iron body state? Immediately afterwards, Hina said in a daze, but at the end, she was a little confused. What is happening? Zion heard the words and immediately explained with a smile, under normal circumstances, when casting iron body, the body is indeed immobile, but very good is different. His Dowdu fruit ability allows him to freely manipulate into a Dowdu bean's body. After listening to this explanation, Smoker Hina and others were finally stunned. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At the same time, in the monitoring room, some instructors could not respond. But after Zephyr explained it a bit, they also understood. In short, it is because of the peculiarities of peas fruits. And then, the recruits who came back to their senses, as well as the instructors, couldn't help but feel even more dissatisfied with Xiaming. If the spheres that Berry Good's body transform really have iron body effects, Xiaming is obviously even worse. If this continues, he will definitely lose, right? 9. Who said the iron body can't move? Does the peas fruit add iron body? Xiaming, as a party, naturally reacted quickly. At this time, he had a high opinion of Berry Good, the original soy sauce party. Originally, his impression was that Berry Good would only use the peas' abilities to dodge attacks and make fun. But now it seems that this guy is not a complete idiot. Dowdu fruit ability, coupled with the effect of iron body, is indeed a good combination. On the one hand, it can increase the attack power of his beanie body balls, and on the other hand, it also avoids the disadvantage of being unable to move in the iron body state, which is simply killing two birds with one stone. In this way, he wants to defeat Berry Good. It is really a bit tricky. Just thinking of this, Xiaming's expression hasn't changed much. The smile on the corners of his mouth has not disappeared, but has gradually expanded. At this time, Berry Good naturally thought that he had a chance to win, and while controlling Tai Dowdu to continue to attack, he continued to laugh. Senior Xiaming, how is it? Ha ha ha, don't you want to teach me? Why don't you teach it now? Along with the laughter, it was the iron peas from all directions, jumping and crashing around Xiaming. Xiaming keeps retreating, but it has a tendency to fail. Seeing this, everyone's expression suddenly changed again. In the monitoring room, Zephyr and other instructors sighed slightly. Although Xiaming should have been rewarded by nature and hard work, it still can't smooth the talent gap with Berry Good. With the ability of peas, even if Xiaming's iron body is stronger than Berry Good's iron body, it seems that it is hard to escape defeat. As for the recruits, Smoker and Drake, as well as Hina, shook their heads, losing their original interest. Similar to Zion, he laughed mockingly again. Haha, look at Xiaming's embarrassed look. Sure enough, the talent is so bad, no matter how hard he tries, it is useless, and in the end he will be defeated by Berry Good. Chapter 12. It's so pitiful, because he even trained into iron body. If he loses this time, it will be a big blow to him. At this time, it seemed to have heard those ridicules. Xiaming in the field suddenly turned red, and he actually stood firm and slammed his fist at the peas. Upon seeing this, Zion and others burst into laughter again. Is this panic? Stupid, he should also know that those peas balls have an iron body effect, right? He even hit them with his fists. Is it funny to hit a rock with a pebble? I guess I'm not reconciled. Let's make the last fight. The problem is that it will definitely not work, but it will make himself more injured. Doesn't he even understand this? It's really sad. Zion and others shook their heads mockingly. Smoker, Drake, and Hina did not speak, and apparently agreed with this statement. At this moment, even Zephyr and other instructors in the monitoring room sighed again. If Xiaming can wisely admit defeat, they may also take a high look at Xiaming. But now this kind of meaningless desperation makes them a little disappointed. It's just a battle with Marine's companions, which is harmless, but what if it is a battle with pirates? Going desperately knowing that it is lost, this is foolishness, it is tantamount to death. At this time, after seeing Xiaming's actions, Very Good naturally laughed again. Ha ha ha, it's useless, Xiaming, don't you understand, you are not my opponent. But if you want to lose faster, then I will fulfill you. As soon as the voice fell, a cold light flashed in Very Good's eyes. Under his control, the large number of beanballs around him suddenly condensed, and then rushed toward Xiaming like a gust of wind and rain. Isn't Xiaming going to hit these iron peas? Hee, then send them all to him. In this way, a large number of peas balls began to gather in front of Xiaming, and then rushed in overwhelmingly. In the face of such a scene, the smile that Xiaming's mouth kept choking on became bigger and bigger, and finally turned into a big laugh. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Good job! He raised 2 fists, and then madly waved alternately in the air in front of him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 4 punches, 8 punches. In a blink of an eye, a round of fist shadows formed, and a gust of fist wind greeted Dao de Ball. It's just that although Xiaming's attack method is huge, no one is optimistic about him. After all, no matter how powerful Xiaming's attack is, it can't escape the fact that the fist is pouring flesh and blood, and it collides with those peas balls with iron body effects, and the end of the game can be imagined. However, just when everyone was thinking like this, something unexpected happened. I saw that the shadow of the boxing formed by Xiaming collided with the peas ball, and there was a roar like a metal collision. Boom! 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 Everyone was stunned as soon as the voice came out. Ordinary fists hit the steel body, it is impossible to make such a sound. There is no doubt that Very Good's peas balls definitely have an iron body effect. What about Xiaming's fists? Could it be that Xiaming's fist at this time also has the iron body effect? But how is this possible? At this moment, everyone was surprised. At Xiaming at this time, the smile on the corners of his mouth bloomed completely, and the eyes were shining brightly. Who said that the body cannot move in the iron body state? 10. This is observation hacky? This moment. Xiaming smiled. Who said that the body cannot move in the iron body state? Maybe it is, but there are exceptions to everything. Very good, isn't that the exception? That being the case, why can't Xiaming be an exception? Of course. Xiaming's exception is not because of devil fruit. It's just because he learned the method of the original CP9 Jabra. By accelerating blood flow and speeding up muscle movement, you can move freely while maintaining the iron body state. Of course, this method is easy to say, but if you want to learn it, you must be deeply immersed in the iron body move. Unfortunately, under the effect of the 100 times experience increase, Xiaming not only learned iron body, but also reached a high level, so this method is not a problem for him. As a result, there is a situation that surprises everyone at the moment. In fact, Xiaming's face suddenly flushed just now because it accelerated the blood flow in the body. Chapter 13. At this time, everyone came back to their senses, and naturally they reacted differently. The 3 of Smoker Drakena regained their interest. Xiun and others directly stunned. How is it possible? Is he using iron body? It's weird, if it's iron body, why can he still punch? Could it be that Xiaming is also demon fruit power? Most of the recruits were surprised. In the monitoring room, some instructors also asked the same question. It is basically certain that Xiaming's current fist is definitely with iron body effect. So, like Very Good, he uses the characteristics of devil fruit to become an exception to the iron body limitation? Only Zephyr pondered for a while, but shook his head and said, it shouldn't be the devil fruit ability. I can't move with iron body. This is the drawback of iron body. This drawback can be broken by devil fruit's ability, but it is definitely not possible with any devil fruit ability. Even if Xiaming possesses devil fruit's ability, it won't be so coincidental. So it seems to the old man that this is more likely to be the result of Xiaming's hard work. With his hard work, the iron body trick has been improved to make up for this drawback. With that said, Zephyr looked at Xiaming and couldn't help but brighten up. When the other instructors heard this, they were all shocked. You know, learning iron body and improving iron body are two completely different concepts. The former is nothing special. After all, there will be iron body among Marines, no one is there, but if you improve the iron body, this is simply a feat for the benefit of the entire Marine. Realizing this, these instructors all looked at Xiaming with admiration. At this time, the recruits were not as far-reaching as the instructors thought, but this did not prevent them from having a further analysis of the battle situation. Since Xiaming's iron body can move, Very Good's advantage doesn't seem to be that big, and it can even be said that the two sides are even. In this case, the outcome of this battle is really uncertain. Then, as expected, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Those Tai Dao that came flying in seemed astonishing, but Xiaming clenched his fist and beat him back without leaking. And Very Good was shocked and gradually recovered. But after he frowned, he sneered again. Xiaming, you are really surprising. What if it's not enough? Even if you can keep the iron body state and move, can you hit all my Ps? Ha ha ha. In Very Good's laughter, those Tai Dao who had only shot away from the front towards Xiaming suddenly dispersed again and attacked Xiaming again from all directions. Obviously, this was Very Good realizing that he couldn't break through from the front, so he changed back to the previous position. In this way, even if Xiaming's double punches can have the iron body effect, they cannot hit all the iron Ps, and the rest of the iron Ps can attack Xiaming's body again. Even if he maintains the iron body effect, it is impossible to defend. Lived countless times of iron Ps hits. I have to say, Very Good's response is good. Only then, Xiaming shook his head and laughed again. Ha, why did you think I was in a disadvantage just now? He ridiculed secretly, and suddenly the trajectory of his fist changed, and the shadows of the fists immediately stretched out, as if a scene of fists was all over his body. What? Very Good's face changed suddenly. After the fist curtain took shape, the Tai Dao from all directions were beaten away and couldn't get close to Xiaming's body at all. Such a weird scene also slightly changed the expressions of the crowd onlookers. Very strange, how did Xiaming do this? They all know that Xiaming is definitely not a boxing scene, but the fists are waving in all directions. But the question is, how does he accurately judge the trajectory of those iron Ps, and even every punch can accurately hit the target? The recruits were surprised, even the geniuses of Smoker Drakena were a little confused. But the instructor in the monitoring room had some guesses. What's the matter, is this observation hacky? One of the instructors couldn't help but start suspiciously. Xiaming's current performance is too much like using observation hacky. But how is this possible? You know, apart from Zephyr, there are not many instructors present at observation hacky. Xiaming actually did, isn't it amazing? Fortunately, after Zephyr pondered for a while, he gave an explanation, it's not observation hacky. However, before the other instructors could breathe a sigh of relief, Zephyr said something more amazing. It should be that his fighting skills are extremely rich, so he can determine the flight trajectory of those Ps with near precision, so that he can strike without leakage. Upon hearing this, the instructors were stunned. Chapter 14. 11 Xiaming, a blockbuster. When Zephyr said that it was not Xiaming or observation hacky, the other instructors were relieved. But what they didn't expect was that Zephyr would say such a thing afterwards. Xiaming fighting skills are extremely rich? The instructors were stunned. How is it possible? As far as I know, Xiaming rarely fights. Yes, he has been in the camp for 3 years. Apart from the necessary combat training, there are only a handful of real battles. Instructor Zephyr, did you make a mistake? They are very strange. Because of Xiaming, there should be no extremely rich fighting skills. They are also Xiaming's instructors, isn't it clear? Zephyr shook his head, it shouldn't be a mistake. With that said, he looked at Xiaming in the surveillance screen and his eyes gradually brightened. Working hard, accumulating something, and most likely a fighting genius, Xiaming, the old man looked down on you before. Upon hearing this, the instructors looked at each other again. Why does Zephyr take Xiaming so seriously? Let's talk about the training room. Although the recruits were surprised, they understood the situation better. Obviously, if Xiaming is more powerful than imagined, then the outcome of this battle is really at stake. The greatest possibility is a tie. After all, at the moment, it seems that no one can do anything about it. Very good, thinks so too. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. This guy Xiaming has repeatedly exceeded his expectations, and now he really seems to be unable to help him. However, Very Good did not show weakness. He controlled Tai Dowdu, and continued to laugh loudly. Senior Xiaming, so amazing. But so what? You have been in the camp for 3 years, and I have only been in the camp for 2 years. You are really good at tying with a junior. Don't be too obvious about the meaning of cynicism. Hearing this, Xiun, who was standing on the same line as Very Good, smiled. Smoker Drakena and others did not say much. Although Xiaming's performance and progress this time were a bit shocking, Very Good was right. As a veteran who has been in the camp for 3 years and a new recruit who has been in the camp for 2 years, they are tied. In terms of it, Xiaming is indeed a shame. Not to mention that Xiaming threatened to deal with Very Good and Xiun alone. But Xiaming at this time was still smiling. He didn't know his performance, and Zephyr was impressed, and began to really value him. In fact, he was able to accurately hit every iron piece that flew in all directions because of his powerful combat skills. But he was not what Zephyr thought was a fighting genius. The reason for this kind of fighting skills is entirely because of Xiaming's 100 times experience increase. Just like Xiaming secretly taunted Very Good just now, he is proficient in Iron Body and can even move while casting Iron Body. Why did he fall into a disadvantage in the battle with Very Good? That's because he is increasing his combat experience. To put it simply, it is to increase the experience of playing against Very Good. There is a 100 times experience increase, and the battle experience between him and Very Good will instantly be transmitted to his brain 100 times, and then be accepted by the body, which will be transformed into a battle experience. In other words, he does have strong fighting skills now, but that is only for Very Good. But this is enough. And this is exactly why Xiaming can accurately determine the flight trajectories of those peas. As for Very Good's sarcasm, Xiaming laughed again. Since you know that you have only been in the camp for 2 years, and you want to tie with me who have been in the camp for 3 years, are you too naive? As soon as the voice fell, Xiaming's whole body was surging, and his body that had become much stronger during this period of time broke out. Boom! 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 Those Tai Dowdu were immediately thundered by Xiaming's fists. The roar of metal collision is much stronger than before. Ever since, Very Good's screams sounded again. Ah! Very Good's head was full of pain, and he subconsciously gathered back to the piece that had been shot by Xiaming. Chapter 15. In the next moment, Very Good changed back to his original appearance, but the onlookers looked strange and shocked. I saw Very Good at this time, completely bruised and covered with blood on his fists. Then he rolled his eyes, his tall body fell directly to the ground, and he passed out into a coma. This is... When the instructors in the monitoring room saw this, they were suddenly taken aback. Zephyr explained with glaring eyes, "Don't be surprised, Xiaming is better than Very Good in both physique and Iron Body. Coupled with his fighting skills, Very Good has no advantage even if he is Devil Fruit. It's normal to be knocked out." What surprised the old man was that Xiaming, the kid, seemed to have a more confident temperament. After the whole battle, he gave people a sense of unpredictability. It seemed that the entire battle rhythm was under his control. A piece of uncut jade. And just as Zephyr sighed, there was a strange silence in the training room. Very Good was defeated. Lost in the hands of Xiaming's 3-year crane tail. Many people cannot accept this result, including smoker Drake Hina. Because they did not expect such a result at all. Immediately afterwards, the weird and quiet atmosphere was broken by a vigorous shout. Xion, it's your turn, come here and get beaten. But Xiaming glared and looked at Xion not far away. Xion was shocked all over. What's the joke? Very Good lost, where would he dare to play? You know, he hasn't even learned 1.5 of Marine 6 styles, and he is weaker than Very Good. Now that Xiaming can even handle Very Good, how can he dare to go? Isn't this just a shame? Thinking of this, Xion didn't care about the weird glances around him, and suddenly laughed. Senior Xiaming, Very Good seems to be seriously injured, I'll take him to the medical room first. As soon as he finished speaking, he helped Very Good, who was unconscious, and ran away. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. I don't know where his thin body comes from so much strength, holding Very Good and running so fast. Everyone was speechless for a while, but naturally they would not pay too much attention to Very Good and Xion as the losers, but involuntarily cast their eyes on the handsome boy who stood proudly in the field. At this moment, they all thought of an idiom. Today's Xiaming is simply a blockbuster. 12 betting on a large-scale assessment 1 month later? Haha. Xiaming shook his head and laughed when seeing Xion, who had fled from Wasteland. He originally wanted to earn some combat experience from Xion. After all, Xion is also a capable person no matter how he does it. Now it seems that there is probably no chance. But seeing Xion's performance now, he felt a little indifferent. This guy doesn't even have the courage to fight, so what combat experience can he bring to him? It's no wonder that in the original book, this product is only used for soy sauce. Since there was no more fighting, Xiaming naturally had no reason to stay, and immediately walked out of the field again. It is worth mentioning that just before the battle, the 3-year recruits who had flattered Xiaming into the camp were afraid to speak out at this time. Obviously, Xiaming's performance just now completely shocked them. After all, among these 3-year recruits, many of them couldn't beat Very Good. And now that Very Good was defeated by Xiaming, it proved that Xiaming is no longer an existence that they can casually perfuse. It was Smoker and Drake who saw Xiaming leave and suddenly walked up. Hina moved her beautiful eyes and followed. As a result, Xiaming had just left the door of the training room and was stopped again. But this time, Smoker and Drake, who stopped him, had a good attitude. Senior Xiaming, you are really impressive today. Could you please tell me, Senior Xiaming, how did you practice your iron body? Smoker was still a teenager, and directly praised Xiaming. But Drake, he clearly saw the mystery of Xiaming iron body. In the past, 2 top geniuses from the elite camp took the initiative to come over to talk. Xiaming would definitely want to make friends with each other, especially when he knew that the 2 in front of him would indeed achieve something in the future. But now, Xiaming just replied, it's too late. As for iron body training, it's not easy to say. Because he believes in himself in the future, his achievements will never be lower than Smoker and Drake, and he may even surpass each other by a lot. And his attitude obviously angered these 2 geniuses a bit. Smoker's face is a little ugly. Senior Xiaming, I hope I have a chance to fight with you during the large-scale assessment 1 month later. Drake's face sank. I also hope that in a month, I will have the opportunity to learn about the 6 iron bodies of seniors. Chapter 16. The power test is over, and the next step is naturally a large-scale assessment. The 2 obviously want to take this opportunity to teach Xiaming. This time Xiaming heard the words, his eyes brightened and he became more enthusiastic. Well, that's okay, then we must fight. The current Smoker and Drake, one is a Logia-capable person and the other is a Zoan-capable person. Obviously he is an excellent target for gaining combat experience. As long as he fights with them for one round, he will face enemies with similar abilities in the future. Much more sure. Xiaming even wanted to fight them right away. However, what Xiaming has just revealed is all Xiaming's current strength. If he fights Smoker and Drake now, he will most likely be beaten by him. In this way, he won't be able to gain much combat experience at all, so he thought about it, or forget it, no longer provoke the two. It's just that both of them were obviously annoyed, and then each left with an unhappy expression. Puff. Xiaming was feeling helpless, and suddenly there was a sweet smile next to him. Okay? Xiaming turned her head and saw that she was a pretty girl with peach-haired hair, but who was Hina? It is worth mentioning that the current Hina, there is no queen fan of later generations at all, and it is still very pure and lively. Faced with such a girl, Xiaming was of course not as straight as to Smoker and Drake, but smiled. I don't know what I did to make this beautiful girl so happy. Can you tell me that I will do it often in the future? Hina smiled more happily. Senior Xiaming, you didn't give face like that just now. Are you afraid that Smoker and Drake will besiege you by the time? After following out, Hina naturally heard the conversation between Xiaming and Smoker Drake, so she couldn't help being amused. Although Xiaming's performance just now was amazing, it is not an opponent of Smoker or Drake in any way. Is it really good to die like this? With this mentality, Hina couldn't help but reminded her. But what she didn't expect was that Xiaming laughed when she heard the words, "Oh, is it? That's great." He turned out to be somewhat looking forward to. Hina suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this senior. Did he really expect it, or did he pretend? If it's okay, but if it's true, does he think he can deal with Smoker and Drake at the same time? How can it be? Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Looking at Xiaming, Hina's beautiful eyes are full of strange colors. Senior Xiaming, whether you are telling the truth or not, Hina is a little curious about you. Okay? Hearing this, Xiaming couldn't help raising his eyebrows, feeling a little dark in his heart. It is said that when a woman becomes curious about men, it is the beginning of the fall. Could it be that he can still accept Hina? As an otaku, naturally I have a dream of opening a harem in the second element. Just before that, Xiaming didn't know what to do, so I didn't think much about it. But this time Hina's sudden hit-up made Xiaming feel a little eager to move. Maybe he can really develop with Hina. After all, the current Hina should be easy to deceive. Thinking about this, Xiaming suddenly showed a smirk. Don't you believe it? Would you like to take a bet? What are you betting on? Just bet on the large-scale assessment 1 month later. Can my score be better than the two of them? If I can do it, you promise me one condition. What? Hina was suddenly surprised. Is Xiaming really confident to be comparable to Smoker and Drake, even better than them? Wait, did you lose? But then, Hina suddenly noticed a loophole in Xiaming's words. Hehe, I won't lose. As a result, Xiaming smiled confidently and left in stride, leaving Hina in a daze. Now that the foreshadowing of the captive Hina's heart has been laid, Xiaming is naturally much lazy to talk, and is ready to go back to race against time to practice. But soon, he was stopped again. 13. Zephyr's value and favor. At this moment, Xiaming appeared in a simple and atmospheric room. Opposite him, there was an old man with purple hair who was not angry and pretentious. It is the former Marine Admiral, the current chief instructor of the elite camp, Black Fist Zephyr. Xiaming left just now and was stopped again. But it was summoned by Zephyr's men. And here, it is Zephyr's office. Ms. Zephyr, what can you do with me? Xiaming asked respectfully, with a hint of excitement. Chapter 17. It's not to blame for him. After 3 years in the camp, this is the first time he has been invited to Zephyr's office. In the original book, Zephyr has a bleak ending, but this does not affect the fact that he is one of the top veterans. So Xiaming still respects him and hopes to learn more from him. It's just a pity that Zephyr, as the chief instructor, often only focuses on the overall teaching, and the detailed skills are still guided by other instructors. Xiaming, you just watched with Barry Good's Old Fighting Man, it's pretty good. Zephyr looked at Xiaming for a short while, and immediately opened his mouth, just to make Xiaming look happy. It is worth mentioning that Zephyr usually admires students occasionally. But calling the students to the office to praise, the meaning is naturally quite different. But then he continued, the iron body you just used, if the old man didn't guess wrong, it shouldn't be due to Devil Fruit's ability, but you researched and improved it yourself. Hearing this, Xiaming's face suddenly condensed. Speaking of which, when asked about iron body by Zephyr, he had expected it. After all, even if Zephyr does not ask, it is estimated that other instructors will also ask. After all, the iron body he used can move freely. As far as Xiaming knows, the current Marine 6 style's iron body is still in an immovable condition. CP didn't know, at least in the elite camp, except for Barry Good, no one had ever used an iron body that could move without relying on the ability of Devil Fruit. In other words, the movable iron body displayed by Xiaming is the only one. Such an iron body will certainly arouse the interest of Zephyr and other instructors. Thinking of this, Xiaming nodded immediately. Report Zephyr instructor, yes, I am not a capable person, and that iron body is indeed an improvement by me. Although the original author of this improved version of iron body is Jabra, there is no copyright to this thing, so Xiaming did not hesitate to accept it. Zephyr heard this, his expression of anger and prestige seemed to have eased a lot, and then he admired, it seems that you have worked hard on the iron body. Even the old man did not realize that the iron body can move. It was completely affected by previous knowledge. I'm stuck, rest on my laurels, you can break the routine and improve it, it's really amazing. Xiaming quickly made a humble look. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr stood up directly from his seat and said to Xiaming, it stands to reason that this is the result of your own practice. The old man should not ask for it, but I believe you understand the meaning of the iron body to Marine. I don't know you. Can you pass on this improved version of the iron body? On behalf of all Marine, I would like to thank you first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. No problem, Instructor Zephyr, in fact, this is what students should do. After all, you taught me iron body. I will give it back a little now. It is not worth mentioning. Xiaming agreed without thinking about it, and then directly explained the principle of the movable iron body. Accelerate blood flow and speed up muscle movement. Zephyr murmured, his body stiffened. Then he walked back and forth in the office, his old eyes gradually shining. When Xiaming saw this, he immediately understood that Zephyr was experimenting directly, and the experiment was successful. But this is not surprising. In fact, the principle is not easy to say but difficult to say. If you have passed the iron body technique, you only need to know the principle and practice a little, and you will be able to master the movable iron body very quickly. Zephyr, as the former Marine Admiral, is also a strong player in pure physical skills, and his study of the 6 forms is naturally not low, even very advanced. In this way, after he knew the principle, he could use it in an instant. After Zephyr's experiment was completed, he immediately looked at Xiaming with a hint of joy, very good. Although this principle is simple, it is still difficult to explore out of thin air. Thanks to your ability to study it, the old man is also a person with clear grievances and grievances. This improved version of the iron body really helps Marine a lot. Here, the old man can call the shots and promise you a request. Xiaming's eyes lit up suddenly, and there was a burst of ecstasy in his heart. In fact, Drake asked him about iron body just now. In addition to deliberately PG him off, Xiaming actually felt there was no need to teach Drake. Because he expected that the instructors would ask him to ask for the movable iron body skills, the instructors would definitely teach them again, so that there is no need to do so. As for whether the instructors will give him some special treatment after asking for the iron body skills, this should also be there. But what he never expected was that Zephyr actually came forward to talk to him in person, and Zephyr gave him preferential treatment, saying that he would agree to one of his requests. As Zephyr, the weight of this request is huge. With this in mind, Xiaming hurriedly said respectfully, "Teacher Zephyr, in this case, please personally guide me in my practice for a month. Students want to work hard and get a good result in the large-scale assessment 1 month later." Zephyr was suddenly surprised when he heard this. In fact, it was true that other instructors should talk to Xiaming, but because he began to value Xiaming, he decided to summon him personally. And Xiaming did not hesitate to speak out the improved version of the iron body technique, and once again gained Zephyr's favor. So originally I only planned to give a small reward to Zephyr from Xiaming, but also made an exception to answer a request from the respondent. Of course Zephyr knew the weight of his words. In fact, he also had the idea of testing Xiaming's current mentality. If Xiaming asks too much, it proves that after Xiaming has made a small achievement, it is already a little erratic. But now, what Zephyr didn't expect was that Xiaming only asked him to personally guide him for a month. Although this requirement is not low, under this circumstance, it is naturally very low. And originally, Zephyr had the idea of cultivating Xiaming. Zephyr suddenly felt that the boy in front of him was more pleasing to the eye. Guiding Xiaming's practice is of course no problem, but in 1 month, it shouldn't change much. Thinking about this, Zephyr asked again, "In fact, you can also ask the old man to make an exception to let you stay in the elite camp for 1 more year, so that you may get better results when you wait for the next assessment." Xiaming's heart moved. Stay for 1 more year? He was really moved. Chapter 18. There is a 100 times experience increase. If he can stay in the elite camp for another year, the benefits can be imagined. But compared to Zephyr's personal guidance, it seems a bit worthless. Because in Xiaming's view, it is definitely better to let Zephyr personally guide for a month than staying in the elite camp for more than a year. Thinking of this, Xiaming suddenly made a decision. "Teacher Zephyr, I still decided to ask you to guide me in my practice. Furthermore, I have been in the elite camp for 3 years. If I can't suppress other people in the assessment this time, it will be meaningless to stay." Zephyr's eyes flashed when he heard the words. Vaguely, he actually saw from Xiaming the domineering aptitude that was not weak. After regaining his senses, Zephyr smiled suddenly. He found that he had not only valued Xiaming, but now he also loved it. "Maybe it's getting older, and some of my old eyes are dim, Xiaming. The old man has to admit that I really missed my eyes before. You are a piece of jade. If you sculpt it a little, you will definitely shine. The next month will be very good. Hard work, I hope you are mentally prepared." Zephyr said this slowly with a smile on his face. Xiaming suddenly refreshed. "Yes, Teacher Zephyr. 14 Personally guide, practice all 6 types." The next day. Elite Camp Training Room. The instructors are in class, mainly about the improved version of Iron Body. The recruits such as Smoker Drake and Hina gathered here, listening in silence. There are Xiun and Very Good. It's just that many of them are a little absent-minded. Especially Very Good. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It is worth mentioning that Very Good has been treated and is now much better, so he can barely train. Of course, the most important thing is that Very Good doesn't want Xiaming to see himself so embarrassed. In his opinion, even if you lose, you must lose with dignity. Very Good was a little dumbfounded after coming to the training ground. Because he didn't see Xiaming. "What's the matter? What about that BD Xiaming?" Very Good secretly asked Xiun next to him. Hearing this, Xiun suddenly shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaming should be brought to practice by Teacher Zephyr himself. After escaping yesterday, Xiun naturally paid close attention to Xiaming's dynamics, so he played the sound secretly. But what he didn't expect was that Xiaming was summoned by Zephyr himself. But when he came over today, Xiun also found out that Xiaming was not there. Then he secretly asked others and learned that Xiaming seemed to have come to the training room long ago, but was called away by Zephyr. Reminiscing about the situation in which Zephyr had a conversation with Xiaming that he had inquired about yesterday, Xiun naturally understood the reason. Most likely, Zephyr took Xiaming away and personally guided the practice. What? Ms. Zephyr personally guided that BD to practice. Hearing what Xiun said, Very Good was shocked. Zephyr personally guided Xiaming's practice? Is there a mistake? Why? Could it be because Xiaming broke out yesterday and defeated himself? Thinking of this, Very Good was completely dumbfounded. He is still thinking about finding an opportunity or looking for Xiaming to settle accounts after a large-scale assessment a month later. If Zephyr really personally guides Xiaming's practice now, what should he do? You know, he couldn't beat Xiaming in the first place, but now Zephyr is still giving Xiaming a small stove? How to play then? Very Good was desperate. While Very Good was desperate, others also noticed Xiaming's absence. Especially Xiaming's smoker Drake and Hina are also beginning to pay attention. The first two thoughts were similar, and they were still full of confidence. Even if Zephyr gave Xiaming a small stove, it would not be possible to become much stronger in just 1 month, let alone catch up with them. As for Hina, she is even more curious. According to her knowledge, Xiaming only used the movable iron body yesterday, and the instructors gave them lessons today. It should be what happened between Xiaming and the instructors. It is very likely that something happened with Zephyr, so Zephyr will personally guide Xiaming. After understanding, Hina couldn't help but think of the bet with Xiaming. Was it because Xiaming wanted a large-scale counterattack in a month's time, so he specifically asked Zephyr to guide his practice? Chapter 19. But in just 1 month, why did he counterattack? Hina is still similar to Smoker and Drake at this point. At this moment, Xiaming naturally didn't know that he was taken away by Zephyr to guide the practice, which aroused so many people's thoughts. At this time, after following Zephyr to the independent training room, his mind was full of cultivation matters. Following Zephyr's practice for a month, how strong can he become? When Xiaming was thinking like this, Zephyr coughed slightly and said, Xiaming, for the next month, you can wait for the old man in this training room every morning. In addition, the old man sorted out your situation yesterday and found that your physique has reached the requirements for practicing Marine 6 styles. This is also the reason why you can practice Iron Body to that level. Depending on your situation, you should also be planning to specialize in Marine 6 styles. Then, this month, are you planning to let the old man continue to guide your Iron Body training, or to practice other 6 styles? Hearing Zephyr's words, Xiaming replied without thinking, I want to practice the other 6 forms. Zephyr nodded when he heard the words. Xiaming's answer did not surprise him. After all, Xiaming has been very profound in the training of Iron Body, and even improved the original Iron Body. Although his strength is strong, there is really nothing to teach Xiaming in the Iron Body training. The other 6 formulas are different, and Zephyr is also very proficient. In his opinion, Xiaming already has control of the movable Iron Body, and if he masters another 6 tricks, his strength will probably be among the best veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years. But it is obviously very difficult to master another 6 strokes within a month. Even with Iron Body as the base, it is not easy, especially when Xiaming's talent is not high. However, according to Zephyr's understanding, Xiaming's combat talent is good, and if it can be combined with actual combat in addition to guidance, there should be some hope. Thinking of this, Zephyr continued to ask, then which trick do you want to learn? But this time, what Zephyr never expected was that Xiaming actually said such a thing. Teacher Zephyr, in addition to the Iron Body, please teach me all the other 5 types and 6 types. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. What? Zephyr was taken aback for a moment. What does it mean? Is Xiaming planning to learn all Marine 6 styles within a month? P.S. Although I don't ask for flowers or evaluation, but it's too pitiful, right? The comment area is also deserted and no one looks at it. It's okay to take a bubble and give some motivation, brothers. 15A once in a century coaching opportunity. This moment. It is Zephyr who has taught so many talented students, he can't help but feel a little dazed. What does Xiaming mean? Is he planning to learn all Marine 6 styles within a month? Even if he removes the iron body he has mastered, there are 5 tricks? Learn 5 strokes Marine 6 styles in 1 month? Sorry, Zephyr has been an instructor for so long, and he has never seen such a talented student. Even the CP department that specializes in Marine 6 styles has never had such a precedent. Recently, the CP department heard that a group of very good seedlings have been produced. Almost all of them are familiar with Marine 6 styles at the age of 20. Especially one of them is called Liu Qi. But even for that Liu Qi, he only learned Marine 6 styles from Hell training since he was a child. In a month, it is difficult to learn 1 stroke and 6 styles. If you want to learn 5 strokes, how is it possible? Thinking about this, Zephyr's face sank a little. Yesterday he thought Xiaming was humble, but today Xiaming is so humble. Seeing Zephyr's look a little colder, Xiaming suddenly realized something, and immediately explained, Mr. Zephyr, this is the case. I also know the difficulty of learning 5 strokes of Marine 6 styles within a month, so what I mean is actually I want you to teach me every trick and let me see which one is more suitable for me. As you know, my talent is very low, so I can only choose the easier ones to learn. Speaking of which, regarding Marine 6 styles, the previous courses are also taught. However, the elite camp is different from the ordinary camp. Although there are many large-scale training courses in the elite camp, it is more inclined to teach students in accordance with their aptitude. The same is true for Marine 6 styles. At the beginning, the instructors also showed or explained Marine 6 styles separately, and then asked the recruits to choose which one to practice first and then to practice the one according to their hobbies and so on. For example, if you want to practice iron body first, there will be instructors who are good at iron body to teach him. The same is true for swordsmanship, spears, artillery, and demonic abilities. So although Xiaming is now proficient in iron body, in fact, it can be said that how to practice other Marine 6 styles is basically blind. Of course. Xiaming said so, but from the bottom of his heart, he does have the idea of catching all the other Marine 6 styles in one go. After all, he has a 100 times experience increase. The learning ability is 100 times stronger than before. Under such circumstances, within a month, maybe Xiaming really can't learn 5 tricks, but at least he plans to learn 2 more tricks. Chapter 20. Therefore, Xiaming put forward this suggestion and asked Zephyr to teach him all the other 6 cultivation methods. In this way, he can exert the effect of 100 times experience increase even better. Perhaps, Xiaming can learn more than 1 or 2 tricks in the end. At this time, when he heard Xiaming's explanation, Zephyr also understood. It seems that he misunderstood Xiaming. He understood Xiaming's idea, just like their original policy of teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. But what Xiaming requires here is to have a deeper understanding of the other 6 cultivation methods. As for whether to practice or not, it still depends on him. Of course, despite thinking this way, Zephyr reminded him with a straight face, Xiaming, your request is understandable, but the old man still has to remind you that if you are too greedy to chew, in the next month, it is already another miracle to be able to learn 1 more 6 methods. Even if the old man teaches you the other 6 methods, you must not be distracted. It is important to remember to learn the first one. I see, Teacher Zephyr. Regarding Zephyr's advice, Xiaming naturally has no comments. In this way, the special training began. Zephyr didn't have any second words, just a little explanation, and he went directly to the main topic, teaching 6 types of cultivation skills. Tempest kick: the muscles of the feet contract and stretch rapidly, creating strong kinetic energy, and then instantly out of the legs. After surpassing the speed of sound, air compression will occur in front of the legs, thus rolling up the vacuum and sending out sharp chopping waves. While talking, Zephyr kicked the wooden peg in the training room like lightning. Whoops! A blue slashing attack rose out of thin air and shot past. The head of the hard wooden stake was suddenly opened by everything, and a terrifying cut appeared on the solid wall behind it. Xiaming stared unblinkingly. This opportunity for Zephyr to personally coach is simply a once-in-a-century opportunity for him, so he doesn't want to miss even a second. Zephyr continued to explain Tempest Kick several times, then began to tell and demonstrate the next move. Shave: this is a relatively simple move among the 6 styles. It is easy to meet and not difficult. The easy thing is that as long as you can step on the ground dozens of times at high speed in a single moment, the explosiveness will be produced. The reaction force of the human body can make people move at high speed. The difficulty lies in the need for a strong physique as well as strong leg skills. With that said, Zephyr disappeared in place with a brushing sound. Read more at audiobooknovel.xyz. In the next moment, he ran to the right of Xiaming. But when Xiaming looked over, Zephyr disappeared in an instant, and then went to the left of Xiaming again, back and forth like this. Xiaming watched it a few times. If you get something. Zephyr continued to teach the other 6 poses. Moonwalk, paper arts, finger pistol. Finally, Zephyr gave valuable suggestions. 16. Zephyr is shocked. Cultivating genius? After Zephyr finished teaching, he gave valuable suggestions. Xiaming, now that you have learned iron body, then the old man suggests that you learn to shave. Your iron body can be considered both offensive and defensive. As long as you learn to shave, your strength will definitely increase. Of course, shaving should be the most difficult to practice among the remaining tricks. In this case, you can also practice paper arts as the next best thing. After all, the defense of the iron body is not too strong. There are many attack methods, and it can still break through the defense of the iron body. For you now, the easiest thing to practice is finger pistol. This finger pistol and iron body are similar in different ways. If you learn iron body and practice finger pistol, it should be twice the result with half the effort. After listening to Xiaming, I immediately benefited a lot. I have to say that Zephyr's advice is really valuable. It is completely based on Xiaming's situation, and even the analysis is excellent. Of course, Xiaming actually has some ideas about what to practice next, but it also coincides with what Zephyr said at the end, that is, practice finger pistol. As Zephyr said, iron body does have similarities with finger pistol. They both condense their own strength and increase hardness, but finger pistol must condense to the extreme. With iron body as the foundation, finger pistol will indeed have a multiplier effect. Ms. Zephyr, I decided to practice finger pistol first. Xiaming made a decision and immediately replied. Zephyr nodded suddenly. As he said, Xiaming is the best if it can learn to shave. But as he said, shaving is also the most difficult to practice. Instead of spending a month to practice such a difficult shave, it is better to learn the easy finger pistol first. After all, as long as you have learned it, it will be considered a real gain. In comparison, the difficulty of learning finger pistol is obviously much simpler. So Xiaming's decision to learn finger pistol first is also wise in Zephyr's view. What Zephyr didn't know was that Xiaming decided to learn finger pistol even though he thought it was easier to learn finger pistol. But instead of thinking about getting finger pistol within a month, he will get finger pistol, which is easier to get, within a month, and then specialize in other moves, such as the shave that Zephyr recommends. In this way, it should be possible to ensure that while he learns finger pistol, he can also dabble in the other 6 forms and even learn Of course, Xiaming doesn't need to explain these things now, so we should learn it first. Chapter 21. Xiaming immediately paced to the wooden stake. At this time, the wooden stake, because of Zephyr's devastation, had almost lost the upper body, and there were even small holes in the abdomen. But it doesn't matter, it works. Xiaming calmed down and started to recall the finger pistol teaching by Zephyr just now. After a little while, suddenly, Xiaming's eyes condensed, and he stretched out a finger and poked at the wooden stake. Finger pistol. With a pop, the wooden stake shook slightly. Wrong. Xiaming shook his head. With the finger just now, he subconsciously used iron body. Although the wooden man peg was stunned, the effect was obviously not as good as expected, and it was not as good as the real finger pistol. Xiaming looked back, and immediately pointed out again. Hiss. He took a breath, and forgot to use iron body this time. His fingers hurt. Zephyr, who was watching next, shook his head suddenly. It seems that Xiaming's talent is still inadequate. Even with iron body as the base, he still can't comprehend by analogy and quickly find the know-how. But this was what he expected, so Zephyr didn't say much. Next, seeing that Xiaming hadn't made much progress, Zephyr planned to leave for a while and deal with the affairs. After all, even if he personally guides Xiaming's cultivation, he cannot be by his side at all times. At most, he will come once or twice a day, and then give guidance based on his cultivation situation. In fact, it does not happen overnight to become stronger in cultivation. It is very possible that Xiaming's current state will be stuck for several days or even half a month. However, in view of Xiaming's talent in combat, Zephyr secretly decided to wait until Xiaming got a little proficient in finger pistol, and immediately fight with him as a sparring partner to guide him. But right now, he really doesn't have much need to stay here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Thinking about this, Zephyr stepped away immediately. But at this moment, a burst of low noise came into Zephyr's ears, causing him to slow down. Puff, 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 puff. Obviously, it was the sound of Xiaming's finger poking on the wooden man's stake. But what surprised Zephyr was that the sound of fingers poking on the wooden pegs became weaker and smoother. Zephyr knows the process of practicing finger pistol very well. So he knows very well that this kind of sound is not the louder the better, but the lower the better, because it proves that your fingers have penetrated into the wooden man's stake. Thinking of this, Zephyr turned his head in amazement, and what he saw was such a scene. I saw Xiaming standing in front of the wooden stake, with a finger in each hand, and constantly poking it on the abdomen of the wooden stake. After that time and again, they continued to penetrate into the stakes, and in the end they almost disappeared. This is finger pistol? Zephyr's expression suddenly shocked. How long has it been since Xiaming has already practiced successfully? What kind of combat genius is this? Clearly a cultivation genius. 17,000 times experience increase. Zephyr really shocked. Unexpectedly, Xiaming has only practiced for a while, and he has already mastered finger pistol. Originally, he thought Xiaming was a fighting genius. But now it seems that what kind of fighting genius is this? It is simply a cultivating genius. At this time, Xiaming, as the party concerned, was also very shocked. In fact, Xiaming guessed that he would practice very quickly. Because he has the effect of 100 times experience increase, coupled with the iron body base, it is really not difficult to practice finger pistol. So Xiaming is sure to successfully practice finger pistol within a month, and there is even time to practice the other 6 types. It's just that the speed of cultivation at this time still shocked Xiaming himself. When he was immersed in the practice of finger pistol, a lot of experience was transferred to his mind and then transformed into physical experience. At that moment, Xiaming faintly felt a sense of epiphany. It turns out that finger pistol practiced like this. It turns out that finger pistol is used like this. At that time, the voice of the system rang again. Ding! The energy reserve is completed, and the second stage of the billion times experience increase system 100 times experience increase begins to unlock. Unlocked successfully, from now on, the host will be able to get 1000 times experience increase no matter what he does. Hearing one after another of the system sounds, Xiaming couldn't help but shook his whole body and instantly became ecstatic. Chapter 22. The system appeared again. To be honest, since acquiring the system, Xiaming has always cared about it. What made him helpless was that after the system brought him 100 times experience increase at the time, he fell silent, and he didn't respond no matter how he called. It is precisely because of this that Xiaming thought it was an illusion at first. Later, after realizing the effect of 100 times experience increase, Xiaming was convinced of the existence of the system. But some of the FG thing is that he still doesn't know how to make the system appear again. According to Xiaming's understanding, since the name of the system is billion times experience increase, its effect is definitely more than 100 times experience increase. Moreover, some problems can be seen from the so-called first stage words before. It is very likely that there will be a second phase, a third phase and so on. I just want to think so, but Xiaming still doesn't know how to turn it on, so I can only suppress it and concentrate on practicing first. But when he never expected it, just when he was concentrating on cultivating, the system suddenly appeared again, and it really gave him the second stage of increase. 1000 times experience increase. What is this concept? According to Xiaming's current understanding, this so-called increase in experience is obviously multifaceted, and it can almost be said to be omnipotent. Both training experience and combat experience can be increased. In other words, this increase in experience can completely regard him as a whole cultivation effect. The original 100 times experience increase is 100 times the training effect. What does that mean? It means that 1 day of Xiaming cultivation is equivalent to 100 days of cultivation for others. And now? 1000 times experience increase. There is no doubt that this is equivalent to Xiaming's practice for 1 day, which is equivalent to others' practice for 1000 days. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. If rounded, this is 3 years. What a terrifying augmentation effect this is. Looking back, Xiaming was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. Originally, he felt that even with 100 times experience increase, it would be very difficult to learn the other 6 types within a month. But now with a 1000-fold increase, Xiaming is very confident that it will definitely be able to learn all 6 forms, or even master them, within a month. And then, as if to prove his idea, when Xiaming used the 1000 times experience increase effect to practice finger pistol, his cultivation speed instantly increased to a terrifying level. Ever since, there was a scene that shocked Zephyr at the moment. Xiaming, who was originally extremely talented, has practiced for a while, and he has almost mastered finger pistol. Xiaming, use your finger pistol to attack the old man. Immediately afterwards, Zephyr came back to his senses and did not leave. Instead, he muttered and said to Xiaming, "Okay." Hearing this, Xiaming raised his eyebrows. But he has no opinion either. If he can practice against Zephyr, the benefits he can get are definitely greater. Thinking of this, Xiaming stopped for a while, but suddenly turned around and rushed towards Zephyr in the next instant. Finger pistol. A finger condensed, and angrily came out. Zephyr didn't evade, but his body condensed. In the next moment, Xiaming's face changed and took a step back. But it was the finger he poked as if it had encountered steel, and it hurt slightly. But at this time, Zephyr's eyes burst into madness. "It is good!" he snorted, his face full of surprise. At that moment, the reason Xiaming felt pain in his fingers was precisely because he used Iron Body. The purpose of Zephyr is naturally to test the power of Xiaming finger pistol. After all, as long as the finger hits reach a certain level of power, finger pistol will be practiced. It's a pity that from the power of Xiaming's attack just now, his finger pistol is not yet well trained. But the power is not small, it can be called half-finger pistol. With a little practice and comprehension, you can become a real finger pistol. Realizing this, Zephyr couldn't help but applaud. Because he knew very well that Xiaming had almost never practiced finger pistol before, but now it only took a moment to practice half-finger pistol. This kind of practice speed is simply appalling. Ever since, at this moment, Zephyr also suddenly felt that, or within the next month, Xiaming could really perform miracles again and learn all Marine 6 styles. Xiaming, good boy, I didn't expect the old man to underestimate you. I don't know if you are completely enlightened. You have such a fast training speed in the practice of finger pistol. In that case, this month, the old man will put it down for the time being. For all matters, I will concentrate on guiding you to practice. Chapter 23. When Xiaming heard this, he was overjoyed again. Unexpectedly, Zephyr had changed his current cultivation speed to the point that he had suddenly opened his mind. But that's fine, after all, Xiaming didn't intend to hide its speed of becoming stronger. He is very clear about the truth of guilt, but it also depends on the circumstances. Xiaming's current billion times experience increase system is impossible to be discovered, so even if he has any amazing performance, it can only be attributed to things like talent. Obviously this kind of thing cannot be taken away, so even if someone is jealous, it is impossible to do anything to him. In addition, he is now a member of the Marine Government elite camp. The attitude of Zephyr and other instructors is definitely that the more talented students are, the better. This can be seen from Zephyr's reaction now. All in all, the more amazing his performance, the more attention he will receive and the more benefits he will get. Realizing this, Xiaming couldn't help but be overjoyed. He suddenly discovered that this experience augmentation system fits well with him. Not only does it need to be hidden, but it can also gain a lot of benefits. Cool. After all, Xiaming began to look forward to the assessment in a month. At that time, when he shows his strength again, other people's expressions will definitely be wonderful, right? Smoker, Drake, and Hina, hehe. 18 hunting assessment, coming out of the sky? Time flies. A month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, the Naval Headquarters port, a large warship, is preparing to sail. The other instructors of the elite camp are urging some Marines to make preparations. As the chief instructor, Zephyr stood in the port with a majestic expression, doing the pre-assessment training. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The content of this assessment, I believe you have already received the news yesterday, and the old man will not say more, but what I want to remind you is. What Zephyr said at this time was nothing more than some more detailed considerations. It's just that the recruits in the elite battalion at this time are not in the mood to listen, and all of them are a little absent-minded. It is worth mentioning that the large-scale assessment of the elite camp every year, the content of the assessment is different, although all are actual combat, but there are many tricks. For example, last year's large-scale assessment was a battle between recruits. The year before last, it was annihilating a group of vicious pirates. And this year's large-scale assessment content, as Zephyr said, was announced yesterday, and it was a battle against wild beasts. So this time, these recruits will be sent to an artificial island built by Marine to fight against the beasts stalked by Marine. Those wild beasts are almost all beasts, and among them are large beasts and beasts, which should not be underestimated. The main rule is also very simple. It means to survive on the artificial island for 3 days, and then get points based on the beasts killed during the period. The more beasts killed, the stronger, the higher the score will naturally be. After knowing the content of this assessment, many recruits were mixed. Until now, they couldn't let go of it. When Zephyr finished speaking, they began to whisper. Hey, fortunately, this assessment is not a battle, so you won't encounter smokers' abnormalities. I said the same. It should be easier to face the beast. Hehe, I've tried to fight the pirate, it's scary enough, it's better to be a beast. This part is naturally optimistic. Of course, there are also pessimistic ones. Hehe, you are too naive, beasts are just as dangerous, okay, their average strength is higher than that of pirates. I also think, and don't forget, there is more than one beast on the island, and it will be miserable if it is besieged by that time. Agree and agree. Although the instructors will protect us in secret, don't expect too much. After all, being bitten by a beast may be a momentary thing. After such a discussion, those who were optimistic were a little bit shocked, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. Zephyr was so clever and clear that he naturally heard the whispers of the recruits, but he didn't reprimand him, he just listened silently. There are basically no idiots who can enter the elite camp, so their analysis is actually very reasonable. All in all, even if the content of this assessment is to deal with beasts, it is not as easy as imagined. On the contrary, in some respects, it is more dangerous than dealing with pirates and rivals. Of course, it depends on your own strength. If your own strength passes the test, no matter what the assessment is, you don't have to be afraid. At this time, Zephyr couldn't help thinking of Xiaming. I don't know if it was a coincidence, but the recruits below changed their conversation and suddenly started talking about Xiaming. By the way, what do you think Xiaming can achieve this time? It's hard to say, if he knows Iron Body, this time among us veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years, he should not be the bottom. Hehe, it's hard for him, he actually became an Iron Body, and even improved it. So what, it is estimated that this is his limit, this time his results are at most midstream and downstream. That's wrong, didn't teacher Zephyr give him special training for a month? Chapter 24. You also know that it is a month, what can a month change? At the end of the discussion, Xiaming can't help being underestimated once again. No way, even if he performed amazingly before, at best, he is only proficient in 1/6 formulas. At this level, there are many recruits who have been in the camp for 1 or 2 years, let alone those who have been in the camp for 3 years. In addition, although everyone knows that Zephyr gave Xiaming special training, so what? 1 month is still too short, even for Zephyr, the recruits don't think it can make Xiaming much stronger. It is even possible that Xiaming is still standing still. After all, the difference in his talent has been obvious to all over the past 3 years. Right, what about Xiaming? At this moment, someone suddenly surprised. Hearing this, many recruits glanced around and were a little stunned. It turns out that the protagonist Xiaming hasn't been there yet after the discussion for so long. What's going on? But these recruits can't be blamed, after all, in the past, Xiaming was the object of their mockery. That is, when they want to ridicule, they will notice Xiaming, otherwise they will generally not notice. Then there is this funny scene right now, they have said so much, it turns out that Xiaming hasn't been there yet. Of course. Some people have already noticed that Xiaming was not there. For example, Smoker, Drake, Hina, and Very Good and Xion who had a holiday with Xiaming. The Smoker trio didn't say anything, but Very Good couldn't help but jump out and continued taunting. Ha ha ha, Xiaming, I thought teacher Zephyr could teach him in a month, but he hasn't been there yet. Could it be that you haven't learned anything, and then you dare not come to participate in the assessment? Xion, who was next to him, quickly echoed with a smile, it's very possible. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the past month, I don't know if they were inspired by Xiaming. They have worked hard to cultivate, so that they have become stronger now, and their previous fear of Xiaming has been wiped out. And the words of Very Good and Xion obviously coincided with the ideas of many people, so as soon as their words came out, the faces of many recruits suddenly became a little weird. Even Smoker is no exception. Wouldn't it? Xiaming really didn't learn anything. I was afraid of shame, so I didn't come. However, just as everyone was thinking like this, a strange sound suddenly came from far to near. Boom! Boom. Boom. It sounded like Hong Zhong, but it didn't have the metal texture, but was very light and agile. Okay. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. A smile suddenly appeared on Zephyr's face. But the recruits such as Smoker gradually shocked their expressions. At this time, they finally saw Xiaming. It's just that Xiaming at this time stepped on the void, volleying through the void, flying from a distance to the mid-air in front of them. This is moonwalk. 19. The attention of Smoker and Drake. Patter. I don't know if it is a dazzling technique or a dazzling technique. When flying over the recruits' heads, Xiaming also volleyed a backflip, and then fell to the ground with the startled gaze of the recruits. Report, Teacher Zephyr, I practiced too late yesterday and it was a delay. Xiaming smiled brightly and reported to Zephyr. Zephyr immediately reprimanded, Xiaming, you can be late on such an important day, where did all the discipline you learned? When the assessment is over, let's see how the old man cleans up you. It's just that his smile on his face doesn't seem like he wants to clean up Xiaming. It's just that Smoker and other recruits don't care at all. What they care about is the way Xiaming arrived just now. He flew here. That footsteps in the void, the general way of volleying through the void, is clearly moonwalk in Marine 6 styles. Xiaming has actually learned moonwalk. Realizing this, Smoker and others couldn't help being shocked. How long is this? 1 month. Within a month, Xiaming had mastered moonwalk? Even with the guidance of Zephyr, it is too shocking. Is there a mistake? Chapter 25. Did you read it wrong? But if one person reads it wrong, it is impossible for everyone to read it wrong. Xiaming really flew over on a volley just now, and the movements are very proficient. It looks like a complete mastery of moonwalk. It's not wrong at all. Therefore, Xiaming really mastered moonwalk within a month? At this moment, as if testifying, Zephyr turned to the recruits after reprimanding Xiaming, I believe you have also seen the moves Xiaming performed. That's right, that's moonwalk. Then he continued with a sorrowful tone, here, what the old man also wants to say is that although the old man has been teaching Xiaming this month, in fact, the old man has also learned something from him. That's hard work. If you work hard, you may not be rewarded, but if you don't work hard, there will be absolutely no reward. I hope you can learn the spirit of unremitting hard work in Xiaming. In this way, maybe you can also create miracles like him. Having said this, Zephyr ordered the recruits to board the ship. Xiaming followed Zephyr step by step, seeming to be laughing and saying something. Smoker and others naturally didn't dare to neglect, and followed on to the warship. Only at this moment, looking at the figure of Xiaming in front and behind Zephyr, they all looked wonderful. People like Smoker, Drake and Hina are okay. People like Berrygood and Xion who mock Xiaming just now have really complex expressions. A moment ago, they ridiculed Xiaming, saying that he was standing still, and even afraid of embarrassment to scream for the assessment. Who knows, the next moment, Xiaming will use moonwalk to debut and slap them in the face. And it's the very heavy one. His face was beaten and swollen. But isn't it? They also said that Xiaming is standing still, and there is no progress in cultivation. Who knows that someone else has mastered moonwalk in a month? Master moonwalk in 1 month, what is this concept? Berrygood and others can't even imagine the analogy. Because there is no precedent at all. In other words, it is unprecedented to learn one trick Marine 6 styles in 1 month. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. They even doubted whether Zephyr taught Xiaming any special secrets. But this possibility is obviously extremely low. They also know Zephyr's character. It can be said that he is selfless, and it is not exaggerating to say that he has dedicated everything to Marine. So even if he has the secrets of 6 types of cultivation, he will never hide it, he will definitely share it. Besides, even if there is a special secret hidden, he should have practiced for Smoker or Drake a long time ago, right? After all, before that, Zephyr obviously valued Smoker and Drake more. If this suspicion is not established, it can only be attributed to Xiaming's own efforts. Reminiscing about what Zephyr said just now, many people felt a sense of selflessness. Especially the veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years. If it is said that Xiaming before, they still have the qualifications to taunt, then they obviously don't have the qualifications now. After all, judging from the strength of a veteran who has been in the camp for 3 years, he has learned 2 tricks and 6 types of Xiaming, and his strength is already in the middle and upper reaches of the stage. And this kind of strength, he got it with his own efforts. It's like a poor boy suddenly making a family. You can say that he is a nouveau riche, but he is no longer qualified to say that he is useless. But a few of Very Good and Xiun are still stiff. Hey, what's so great, after another year, I will also be able to learn 2 tricks Marine 6 styles. That is, we have only been in the camp for a year or 2, and there are many possibilities. Yet, Moonwalk is nothing, it's just an escape move, and it won't be useful to deal with beasts at that time. That's right, Xiaming has learned Moonwalk, so the survival rate is a little higher, and the impact is not big. By that time, the results will definitely not be too good. With that said, Very Good and others seemed to regain their confidence. Smoker and Drake rolled their eyes suddenly. Confirming that Xiaming once again performed miracles and mastered Moonwalk within a month, they would no longer underestimate Xiaming. And their thoughts are not as shallow as those of Very Good and others. Who said that learning Moonwalk has little effect? Very Good and others just know that Moonwalk can be used to escape and improve survival rate, but they didn't realize that this is also a good way to chase beasts. Just imagine, if you hurt a beast and the opponent runs away, what should you do? You know, in this assessment, the score is not counted unless the beast is actually hunted, and injuries are not counted. Then you hurt the beast, do you want to chase it? If you chase the past, what if you encounter other beasts and cause a siege? But in this case, if you learn Moonwalk, it will be much easier. Not only can they chase down beasts, but they can even observe the situation from a high altitude to avoid falling into siege by beasts. Another thing is that, after learning Moonwalk, it is obviously easier to find beasts than those who have not learned Moonwalk, and they can also be selected based on their own strength. All in all, Xiaming has mastered Moonwalk, and the advantage is not too great. So at this moment, Smoker and Drake, these 2 elite camp new stars, have already attached great importance to Xiaming. The impression of Xiaming has also changed from a predecessor who wants to teach a lesson to a strong competitor in the ranking of the assessment results. Chapter 26. With this idea, in their opinion, Very Good and others are naturally too speechless. At this moment, even Hina couldn't listen to it anymore, and she said angrily, "Very Good, Xiun, you are enough, Hina is ashamed of you." After saying this, she didn't bother to pay attention to the reactions of Very Good and others, took a few steps, and walked directly to the handsome figure in front. Since then, Xiaming had just bid farewell to Zephyr, came to the guardrail to look at the sea, and soon smelled a fragrant breeze. Hina came to him playfully. 20 each changes, but Tina is also a capable person. Rumbling. With the sound of surging waves, the large warship officially set sail. Zephyr still had something to do. Xiaming ended the conversation with him, and went to the guardrail alone to look at the sea. It is worth mentioning that after boarding the warship, the recruits no longer need to line up, but are free to move around. At this time, looking at the endless sea, Xiaming's mood suddenly became bright. Although this was the way to the assessment, he also felt a moment of relaxation from the bottom of his heart. Xiaming hasn't felt this way for a long time, or in other words, he has never felt this way since he came across. But now it's different. After a month of training, Xiaming's strength has increased again, and it can even be said to have doubled several times. This kind of strength naturally gave him great confidence in this assessment. Even if he wins the first place, it is probably not a problem. This kind of strength that is more than enough to deal with the situation in front of him naturally brought him extreme relaxation both physically and mentally. Call. Xiaming took a deep breath and stretched a lazy waist. But at this moment, he suddenly smelled the fragrance entrained in the sea breeze. Immediately he turned his head in amazement, and immediately saw Hina standing next to him. Pretty, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Yo, little beauty, is there something? In a happy mood, Xiaming gave a very serious tone == a play. Hina's delicate face was suddenly blushing. Immediately after she glared at Xiaming, she said viciously, "You still dare to be serious? Do you know if you are in serious trouble?" "What's the big trouble?" Hina suddenly looked serious. "Very good is looking for you to settle the account. Looking at his appearance, it is very likely that Xiun and others will be taken to deal with you." The corner of Xiaming's mouth curled up. "Is that right? It's just what I want." Regarding the content of this assessment, he naturally heard Zephyr say yesterday. It is worth mentioning that although this is an assessment of hunting beasts, it did not prohibit fighting among recruits. So what Hina said, Xiaming didn't doubt anything. But with his current strength, he already disdains Very Good and others as opponents. Of course, if Very Good and others still want to give him experience, he is still very happy. Hina suddenly became angry. This guy Xiaming turned == to play with her. Naturally, she wanted to scare him. But now it seems that it was clearly unsuccessful. Thinking about it, this guy seemed to be not even afraid of Smoker and Drake before. How could he be afraid of Very Good and others, let alone now that he has learned Moonwalk? Thinking of this, Hina looked straight and continued, "Seriously, you are really in serious trouble. Do you know the current strength of Smoker and Drake? They are better than a month ago." "Oh, what happened to them?" Hearing this, Xiaming finally took it seriously. Although he felt that Smoker and Drake could no longer threaten him now, it was naturally difficult to ignore them completely. Seeing Xiaming's serious look, Hina snorted and said with some pride, "As far as Hina knows, Smoker asks teacher's effort to find someone to make him a sea tower weapon. It is that he is carrying that thing now, what seems to be called 10 hands, so that his lack of smoke ability and attack power makes up for it. And Drake, he learned the improved version of Iron Body, and he also mastered Tempest Kick thoroughly. You want to finish you." When it comes to the end, Hina is already smiling and triumphant. After she wanted to come and knew about the changes between Smoker and Drake, Xiaming should have a serious face and felt threatened. But then, to Hina's surprise, even though she had revealed so much, Xiaming was still calm, just a little surprised. Hina was taken aback for a moment. Xiaming was really only slightly surprised. Because he just saw Smoker with 10 hands behind his back. He also knew that Smoker would find someone to create 10 hands to make up for the lack of smoke attack power. In addition, he is now immersive, and he can even guess that, in addition to making up for the attack power, Smoker's 10 hands are probably also to deal with Drake. As for Drake, Xiaming also knows his level of cultivation. He had already learned Iron Body and began to practice Tempest Kick for a period of time. With his talent, it is not surprising that he learned the improved version of Iron Body within a month and thoroughly learned Tempest Kick. Chapter 27. Xiaming was a little surprised that Drake, the later generation, did not seem to have used Marine 6 styles, but used swordsmanship and devil fruit for the most part. But when he thought about it, he was relieved. Drake didn't use Marine 6 styles. He probably didn't want others to know that he was from the Marine elite camp. In this case, his undercover status would be much less likely to be exposed. All in all, what Hina said is really not enough to change Xiaming's expression too much. And Hina came back to her senses, obviously dissatisfied with Xiaming's reaction. After her beautiful eyes rolled around, she suddenly said, "Yes, I almost forgot. There is another person who is in trouble for you." "Who?" "Hina, the one with fruit ability." With that said, Hina suddenly stretched out a small, slippery hand and squinted at Xiaming with her beautiful eyes. Want to give it a try? As long as my hand passes through, you are a prisoner of the order. Moonwalk won't be able to get it out by then. Xiaming suddenly burst into laughter. No wonder he didn't see Hina holding the old sword. It seems that this is the ability to eat the fruit of the bar, and I plan to study the ability of devil fruit. However, Hina had obviously only eaten it recently, and her current fruit arranging ability, no matter how strong it is. In this way, also want to threaten to scare yourself? The corner of Xiaming's mouth curled up and he was about to say something, but at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came. Boom! As soon as the sea exploded, even the large warship with them shook violently. Hina was standing next to the guardrail, proudly showing her ability to Xiaming. Unprepared, she was suddenly swayed outside. There is the sea outside, but she is now a capable person. If she falls, the consequences can be imagined. Hina's face turned pale suddenly. At the critical moment, Xiaming's eyesight was quick and her hands were quick. He directly embraced her slender waist and pulled it back in time. Hina only felt her body sway, and then slammed into a manly embrace, and a heart beat violently subconsciously. Xiaming was pregnant, but Xiaming was not in the mood to pay any attention. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the exploded sea abruptly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. What? 21 A large sea monster with revenge? What? What happened? There is an abnormality in the sea ahead. At this moment, not only Xiaming and Hina felt the shaking and vibration, but others also felt it. The recruits who were originally looking around on the deck all had their faces changed, but Zephyr and other instructors had their faces slightly condensed. Go and see what's going on. Zephyr led the order immediately. Several instructors rushed quickly. The message soon returned. Report Instructor Zephyr that a large unknown creature appeared on the seabed in front of you. The shaking just now was caused by that creature hitting the warship. Upon hearing this, in addition to Xiaming, Smoker Drake and other recruits changed their faces. The shaking just now was caused by the impact of a large unknown creature? You know, this time they are on board a large warship. It is conceivable how high the performance of a warship of this level is. When sailing at sea, there will be no shaking at all, and it is almost flat. Now it was swayed violently. And the horror of that large unidentified creature can be imagined. Could it be the legendary Sea King class? Thinking of this, Smoker and the others shook their hearts. But Zephyr didn't look panicked when he heard the words. Because he knew that it was not a Sea King. It is worth mentioning that most of the warships in Marine have been improved by Vegapunk, a genius scientist in Marine, and the sea floor stone has been added in a special way. The large warship they were on board was also one of them. This kind of warship with sea floor stones can exude power similar to the sea, blinding the perception of sea kings. Over the years, their marine has also relied on this method to safely cross the windless zone and freely traverse the seas. It is simply a lark. In other words, the ones who actively attacked their warships are almost certainly not sea kings. Of course, even if it is really a Neptune, Zephyr can easily handle it. So at this time, he pondered for a moment, and then faintly ordered, "Don't panic, continue sailing, and see if this sea monster is really coming towards us or passing by." Although it is not a sea king, it is obviously not a weak sea monster based on the fact that this creature can shake a warship. This time Zephyr was unwilling to take the recruits out for the assessment, so he chose to ignore it. The navigator and others immediately executed the order and continued to drive the warship forward. Rumble. The waves were surging, and they were arrogantly evacuated immediately. Chapter 28. But the sea monster on the other side was obviously really eyeing the warship. Not only did it hit the warship on the bottom of the sea again, but the next moment it swam to the front of the warship, and its huge body formed a shocking huge shadow on the sea. Boom! Immediately afterwards, with a loud noise, the surface of the sea broke, and a large amount of sea water splashed like an explosion. A behemoth suddenly appeared in front of the warship. The head is like a snake, the thick and long body, the blood basin is furious, the fangs are exposed, and the fine scales are shining with strange scarlet colors. It is a large sea monster similar to the scarlet python. Hiss! The sea monster has appeared. Too horrible! The recruits couldn't help but breathe in a cold breath. This sea monster, just the upper body exposed to the surface of the sea, is tens of meters long and several meters thick, so how big is its entire body? Thinking of this, many recruits showed fear, especially those who had been in the camp for a year or two. The same is true for many veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years. After all, even these veterans, the number of encounters with sea monsters is very few. But while frightened, they suddenly became a little surprised. Hey, how does this sea monster feel a bit familiar? I don't know which veteran who has been in the camp for 3 years said it, and it resonates a lot. Hey? If you say that, I think this sea monster is very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. I also have this feeling. Immediately afterwards, there was another voice, all of whom had been in the camp for 3 years. Only those recruits who had been in the camp for a year or two were confused, and Hina in Xiaming's arms also showed confusion. Where have you seen this sea monster? Nothing. Xiaming, who was also a 3-year veteran who had been in the camp, stared at an inconspicuous cut mark on the sea monster's right eye, suddenly showing a daze. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. It turned out to be it. Xiaming murmured suddenly. He couldn't help thinking of the large-scale examination the year before. The content of the assessment at that time was to eliminate the pirates. And when they found the group of pirates as their target, the group of pirates happened to be fighting a basilisk or sea monster. So after they got there, they were also subconsciously regarded as pirate accomplices by the basilisk or sea monsters, and attacked together. However, Zephyr led the team and had many elites. Xiaming remembered that a powerful senior at that time directly used a tempest kick and slashed it on the sea monster's right eye. After the sea monsters were injured, they turned around and fled. At that time, their target was the pirates, so there was no pursuit. And now seeing the slash mark on the sea monster's right eye, Xiaming was stunned. This large scarlet python-like sea monster was the sea monster that ran away at that time, but its body became bigger, so the other recruits who had been in the camp for 3 years did not recognize it for a while. So, now, is this guy running to avenge them? It's really interesting. The corner of Xiaming's mouth curled up. P.S. Thank you very much. I finally have a monthly ticket and a reward. I also received a lot of flowers yesterday. I finally got some motivation, thank you brothers. 100 points sea monster. Send to death? Ah, I remember. It's the sea monster from the year before, don't you remember it? My god, it seems to be it has grown a lot. Among the recruits who have been in the camp for 3 years, Xiaming is naturally not the only one who has a good memory, so those veterans who think the sea monsters are familiar, after thinking about it, quickly recalled. Of course, the most important thing is that for them, the number of encounters with sea monsters is very small, so it is easy to remember. And some people, when they were reminded, naturally came to their senses. There are also those recruits who have been in the camp for a year or two. After a little inquiries, they immediately learned the cause and effect. It turned out that this big scarlet python-like sea monster appeared in the large-scale assessment the year before, and it was very likely to come here for revenge. After understanding, the faces of many recruits became even more flustered. After all, this means that this large sea monster is really eyeing them, and it is most likely the one that will never die. Of course, despite the panic, these recruits were not completely lost. The sky is falling and there is a tall man against it. Zephyr and other instructors are here, so their safety is still guaranteed. It's just that when they thought about it, Zephyr said something unexpected. Recruits, this is not a sea monster, it's just a slightly larger sea monster. It just happens that this time the assessment is hunting. Otherwise, whoever of you will kill this sea monster, the old man will give him 100 points. Of course, multiple people can also shoot together, and the scores are allocated according to specific contributions. How about, does anyone want to play? With that said, Zephyr's gaze swept towards the recruits with a smile. Chapter 29. It is worth mentioning that Zephyr also recognized the sea monster that he had seen in front of him. But that said, he can easily handle the Sea King class, and such sea monsters are naturally not a problem. Even without him, other instructors can deal with it. But at this time, he suddenly had a whim and plan to let the recruits deal with it. There was no reason for him, but he felt that the recruits he brought now were much stronger than the year before, enough to handle this sea monster. Thinking about this, Zephyr's gaze swept over Xiaming, Smoker, Drake, etc., intentionally or unintentionally. And hearing Zephyr's words, the recruits were in an uproar. What? You get 100 points if you kill this sea monster. That's too much. If there are 100 points, it is almost equivalent to pre-booking the top 10 in this assessment. The recruits were surprised. Because according to the rules of this assessment, ordinary beasts are just a few points. Only the scores of large beasts will have double digits. But now this large sea monster has directly given 3 figures, 100 points. With such scores, almost all the top 10 can be scheduled for assessment, and for those veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years, it is equivalent to having already booked the number of senior generals. At this moment, many recruits are ready to move, especially those who have been in the camp for 3 years. It's just that when they saw the hideous appearance of the large sea monster, many people were stunned again. Although Zephyr and other instructors were present, it was still too dangerous to face such a large sea monster. In case Zephyr and others are not rescued in time, they will become food for each other. Of course, there are also unmoved things. For example, the 2 new stars of the elite camp, Smoker and Drake. For them, although this large-scale assessment is not a graduation exam, if they get a good result, of course there will be corresponding rewards. So at this moment, both of them were moved. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. But if they were just one person, they were not very sure about it, so after some eye contact, the 2 elite camp new stars, who had been fighting in the dark, decided to join forces for the time being. Let's get the 100 points first. After the decision, Smoker's body suddenly billowed with smoke, and Drake's skin became dull and began to transform. At the same time, there is also Hina, who also wants to do it. She just became a capable person when Ai Hyun was born. The most important thing is that in addition to trapping people, her hurdle fruit ability can also launch long-range attacks, which is just right to deal with this sea monster. It's just that when Smoker, Drake, and Hina were planning to take action, an accident happened. A handsome figure suddenly came to the mid-air at the bow, facing the big scarlet python-like sea monster. Okay. Hina was taken aback for a moment. That handsome figure is not Xiaming, who else can it be? Xiaming unexpectedly let go of her suddenly, cast moonwalk directly, and flew there. And seeing Xiaming in front of the sea monster, Smoker and Drake were equally stunned. The rest of the recruits naturally stayed. Xiaming? Where is he going? Wait, isn't he planning to deal with that sea monster alone? How could it be? Why is he, Iron Body? At the same time, the faces of those instructors became weird. Isn't it? Xiaming really intends to deal with that sea monster alone? Just rely on his moonwalk and Iron Body? What a joke! Even if he has a good command of moonwalk, and the Iron Body has also been improved, there is not much chance of winning against the sea monster alone. Okay. This is no different from dying. Very good, and Xiun obviously thought the same way, and after a bit of a daze, they sneered again. Hehe, after learning Iron Body and moonwalk, I thought I was invincible. It's a real death, I rushed over without authorization, so far, the instructor may not have time to save, that guy must be finished. At this moment, Hina's face turned pale, but it was too late to make a move. She could only watch the scarlet python-like sea monster open its terrifying blood basin and swallow Xiaming's figure in one mouthful. Seeing this scene, she felt bored, as if she had lost something very important, leaving her empty and uncomfortable. At the same time, recruits such as Smoker and Drake shook their heads, obviously not thinking that Xiaming would survive if they were swallowed. Very good, and Xiun's faces became more mocking. But at this moment, something unexpected happened to them. The big mouth of the blood-colored giant python-like sea monster that was about to close, suddenly burst into dazzling glaucoma. At this moment, a shocking low shout followed. Chapter 30. Tempest Kick Jiayu. 23. What a genius! Just when all the recruits thought Xiaming had died in the mouth of the sea monster, an accident happened. The big mouth of the blood-colored giant python-like sea monster that was about to close, suddenly bloomed with dazzling glaucoma. Immediately afterwards, a shocking low voice came out. Tempest Kick Jiayu. As the shout fell, everyone suddenly saw an incredible scene. I saw the dazzling glaucoma blooming in the big mouth of the big sea monster's blood basin, not only from its mouth, but also from the position above and below its head. It began to emit a strong blue light. Immediately, the blue light flashed by, passing across the huge body of the sea monster like a phantom, showing its original shape, which was around of 10 meters long, extremely condensed, like a huge green moon in substance. Qingyu flashed past, and finally landed on the sea behind, even splitting the sea surface, cutting out a huge cut that could not be filled by the sea for the time being. At the same time, the large sea monster kept its forward huge body, instantly stiff. In the next instant, as the sea filled the scars of horror, the sea monster resumed action again, but it was a huge body, suddenly indifferent. A large amount of blood was sprayed, and the incision was neatly broken and spilled. Xiaming, unscathed, appeared in the air in the same place. Seeing this, the recruits were stunned. What happened just now? No, I don't know. I seem to hear Tempest Kick or something. Difficult, is it Tempest Kick that Moonblade just now? How is it possible? How could Tempest Kick be so powerful, and only Xiaming is there? At this moment, all the recruits were dumbfounded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Smoker, Drake, Hina, very good, Xiun, one of them counts as one, all of them, dumbfounded. What happened just now? What's the situation? Why is there a moonblade with amazing power that directly killed that large sea monster in seconds? Was it released by Xiaming? How can it be? Impossible, didn't he just learn Moonwalk? How could he learn Tempest Kick in just 1 month? It's impossible, absolutely impossible, to learn 2 strokes and 6 styles in 1 month. But how to explain the scene in front of you? At this moment, let alone the recruits, even the instructors are very confused. In fact, just now when Xiaming flew out to face the large sea monsters alone, the instructors were ready to take action, but Zephyr, the chief instructor, suddenly reached out and stopped them. It's just that the recruits didn't see this scene. And since Zephyr, the chief instructor, told them not to take action, the instructors naturally thought that Zephyr thought Xiaming could deal with large sea monsters, or could deal with it. Although still a little worried, the instructors can only suppress it. But next, what these instructors didn't expect was that Xiaming would directly kill the large sea monster. And still use Marine 6 styles, Tempest Kick. So the instructors were also dumbfounded. Learn 2 strokes of Marine 6 styles in 1 month, even if there is a special training reason for Zephyr, that would be incredible. And most amazingly, these instructors even discovered that it was not an ordinary Tempest Kick. Instead, you have mastered Tempest Kick to a certain extent, and developed a more powerful Tempest Kick exclusive move. It is precisely because of this that the large sea monsters can be killed in seconds. And realizing this, these instructors were really completely confused. Because of this Tempest Kick move, few of them know how to do it. Therefore, Xiaming learned more than Moonwalk within a month, and also mastered Tempest Kick, even better than their instructors. At this time, the instructors couldn't help but look at Zephyr with suspicion. Xiaming, what the hell is this? In fact, Zephyr at this time was also a little shocked. He really felt that Xiaming could deal with that large sea monster, so he stopped the rescue of other instructors. Even, his whim proposal actually had the idea of letting Xiaming practice his hands. But even he didn't expect Xiaming to behead the large sea monster so quickly. The most important thing is that Xiaming's Tempest Kick is not even known to Zephyr. Obviously, in addition to what Zephyr knows, Xiaming is very likely to hide a part of its strength. Zanjiu? This kid is really more and more pleasantly surprised for the old man. After returning to his senses, Zephyr murmured, eyes full of satisfaction and relief, and then announced, "Well, this episode ends here." Chapter 31. Then his opponent instructor ordered, "Give Xiaming 100 points." When the other instructors heard the words, it was natural that the instructor who was responsible for recording the scores quickly recorded 100 points for Xiaming. But after the recording was completed, the instructor couldn't help but whispered to Zephyr, "Instructor Zephyr, just now, what Xiaming performed just now was the Tempest Kick in Marine 6 styles. He really learned it within a month. Moonwalk, is there any Tempest Kick?" Although he had an answer, the instructor wanted to hear Zephyr say it again. When the other instructors heard this, they all pricked their ears. What they didn't expect was that Zephyr smiled mysteriously. More than that. Leaving such a sentence, he turned around and went back to the room. The instructors hurriedly followed, but after subconsciously savoring Zephyr's words, their expressions gradually became incredible. "What do you mean?" Zephyr means, is it that Xiaming has not only learned 2 tricks Marine 6 styles after that month? If so, how much is it? More than 2 tricks? 3 tricks? 4 tricks? Or is it, all learned? Hiss. The instructors thought carefully and were terrified, all of them couldn't help but breathe in cold air. What a genius! 24 When you are strong, the world is gentle. It wasn't until Zephyr and other instructors left, Smoker and others, that they came back to their senses as if they were waking up from a big dream. Immediately they looked at Xiaming, who was flying back on the moonwalk, and their expressions couldn't help becoming extremely complicated. They did not hear the conversation behind Zephyr and other instructors, but this does not mean that they are not clear about the situation. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In fact, although Zephyr didn't say much just now, from the point that he let people record Xiaming's score, it is already certain that the large sea monster was killed by Xiaming. In other words, the huge moon blade that killed the large sea monster in a flash, and even cut the sea surface, was also released by Xiaming. Most likely, just as they heard, it was Tempest Kick. But there are all elite campers who know Marine 6 styles very well, and even some people are familiar with Tempest Kick, such as Drake. From Drake's insight, it didn't seem to be Tempest Kick. If it is really the Tempest Kick, it is definitely a Tempest Kick that is much stronger than the regular Tempest Kick. At least, the current him can't be released. What this means is self-evident. Reminiscent of Moonwalk presented by Xiaming, an even more amazing answer is ready to come out. That is, in just 1 month, Xiaming not only learned Moonwalk, but also practiced Tempest Kick to a very high level. Realizing this, Drake felt completely awe-inspiring. And so is Smoker. As far as they know, among the veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years, none of them have learned the 3 tricks of Marine 6 styles. In other words, Xiaming is very likely to be the first person to practice Marine 6 styles among the 3-year veterans in the camp. The most important thing is that he didn't know a single trick before, that is, in the last 2 months, or even more than a month, he has made rapid progress and learned Iron Body, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick. and the iron body and tempest kick have been significantly improved. In this case, does it mean that as long as he is given a little more time, he will even be able to master all Marine 6 styles? Thinking of this, Drake and Smoker once again changed their views on Xiaming. From a strong competitor in the assessment results ranking, it suddenly rose to the level of a major enemy. Yes, it is the enemy. You know, before this, Drake and Smoker's enemies were each other, but now there is one more Xiaming. As for the other recruits, of course it goes without saying. Those veterans who have been in the camp for 3 years are already shocked and dare not look down on Xiaming anymore. There are also those who have been in the camp for a year or two, all of them look in awe. Especially Very Good and Xiun, the two of them are completely stupid at this time. Never imagined that they would be slapped in the face by Xiaming so soon. They originally thought that Xiaming was swollen when facing the large sea monster alone, and was overwhelmed. As a result, he actually killed the large sea monster in an instant. This invisible slap at the speed of light almost swollen and limped their faces. At this moment, Very Good and Xiun dared to taunt Xiaming anymore, their faces flushed, and they really felt ashamed. It turns out that Xiaming is not the hot chicken, but the weak and arrogant. And Xiaming, who was back in the air at this time, naturally didn't know that his move to kill the large sea monster caused an almost chain reaction of everyone. In fact, the reason why he shot was nothing more than to fight for the 100 points, Zephyr said. Since he intends to take the first place in the assessment, he will naturally have a greater advantage if he scores this 100 points in advance. Of course, this also has Xiaming's reason to test his current strength and gain combat experience. Chapter 32. He was ready to fight the wild beasts, so he first practiced his hand with that large sea monster, which was naturally good too. But this time, even with thousands of times experience increase, Xiaming did not gain much combat experience. The reason is that Xiaming underestimated his current strength. Unexpectedly, he just made a move, and the large sea monster that didn't look weak actually died. It was a pity for Xiaming to kill with one move. Of course, if you really want to talk about it, his ability to kill a large sea monster in a flash is understandable. That is indeed the Tempest Kick in Marine 6 styles, but it is the Tempest Kick that Xiaming has spent a lot of effort on. The principle is the same as the trick of shaving. Shaving involves stepping on the ground dozens of times at a high speed in an instant to obtain explosive speed. The move is to release dozens of ordinary Tempest Kick in an instant, and then gather a damage explosion. Moonblade. As soon as it touches an object, the dozens of Tempest Kick that make up the Moonblade will release its power, cut infinitely, and shatter everything. In addition, it resembles the shape of the moon, so Xiaming named it, the Moon. Strangling, the Moon of the Moon. If I knew it, I wouldn't release the Twisted Moon. Instead, I would fight the big sea monster with a more common 6 form to gain more experience. After all, this kind of experience is very precious, not only useful for his subsequent hunting assessments, but also for future encounters with similar large sea monsters and even sea kings. But now that the sea monster is dead, Xiaming no longer struggles, shook his head, and he fell back to Hina again. He glanced around, not to mention sarcasm and contempt. Almost all the recruits bowed their heads, not daring to look at him. Xiaming suddenly raised the corner of his mouth. There is a saying that is very good: when you become strong, the world will treat you tenderly. Sweeping arbitrarily, Xiaming's gaze returned to Hina next to him. Seeing Hina staring at her beautiful eyes and looking shocked, he suddenly asked with a smirk, "By the way, little beauty, what did you just say? Are you capable? You want to wear me?" When Hina heard this, she was suddenly excited. She was indeed attempting to use the ability of the fruit of the bar just now to threaten Xiaming. But now, where did she dare to make a second? She hurriedly said, "No, did I say anything?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Oh, by the way, Hina said that she is a person with fruit ability, so I ask you if you want to work together in a team during the assessment. Yes, Hina is here to invite Senior Xiaming to form a team. Xiaming suddenly burst into laughter. This Nizai's desire for survival is still very strong. However, her proposal does not seem to be entirely nonsense. Suddenly Xiaming's heart moved. 25 The assessment begins. Catch beasts to get points? After a short while, the warship finally arrived on the artificial island. Finally reached. Is that an artificial island? It looks huge. The recruits who had been assembled by the instructors in advance sighed. Xiaming also subconsciously looked over. Lush and endless. Although it is an artificial island, the entire island looks no different from the desert island in his impression. Only then was a beast roar that came from time to time, as if to explain the danger on the island. The assessment officially begins. The warship will stay here for 3 days. Now, all the recruits. Landing on the island. With Zephyr's order, the recruits immediately started to take action. It was Drake who was in the lead. He obviously didn't bother to team up with others, and after a few jumps, he disappeared directly into the forest. Smoker immediately turned into smoke and flew away from the air. Some people who relied on their strength also left one by one. Of course, only a small part of the people who act alone, more people, still team up. After all, this assessment requires 3 days to survive on the island. If you are alone, noon in the morning will be fine, but at night, it will be a little troublesome, so relatively speaking, it is better to form a team. The remaining recruits also left in 2s and 3s, including Berrygood and Xiun. And Xiaming, who was shocked just now, is also in the team. And the teammate is Hina. In this way, under the gaze of Zephyr and other instructors, all the recruits landed on the island and left. Go ahead. At this time, Zephyr suddenly gave another command. The instructors around him suddenly divided into 2 batches, and the larger batch went to the island to lurch and secretly protect the recruits. The few batches went back to the warship monitoring room and connected to the surveillance phone worm on the island to monitor the situation of the entire island. Chapter 33. This large-scale assessment has really begun. Artificial Island. Xiaming walked slowly on the road. Hina followed him. But at this time Hina looked at Xiaming's back, her beautiful eyebrows wrinkled slightly. When she was still on the warship just now, frightened by the power of Xiaming to kill large sea monsters in seconds, Hina could only silently suppress the desire to threaten Xiaming, and instead to please him, she said to invite him to team up or something. But what Hina didn't expect was that Xiaming actually agreed to her after some consideration. Really, team up with her? Xiaming's reaction made Hina stunned again. Until now, she couldn't understand why Xiaming agreed to form a team. You know, this hunting assessment, although it is better to form a team, it also depends on what the situation is. People like Drake and Smoker really don't need to team up. The reason is that with their strength, they can kill the beast in seconds. Why do you need one more person to reduce your score? Of course, if you are in a team, you can take care of it at night, so you don't have to worry about being attacked by wild animals. But with the strength of Drake and Smoker, would you worry about this situation? Will not. In Hina's view, Xiaming's strength is definitely comparable to Drake and Smoker. In other words, it should be better if he acts alone. In this case, why do you still have to find yourself in a team? Hina was really puzzled. After thinking about it, she was a little irritable. The next moment, she finally couldn't help but ask Xiaming in front of him, "Hey, Xiaming, what are you thinking about in the team with Hina? Do you really think she has good abilities and can come in handy, so you team up with her?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. But the problem is, although Hina also thinks that her hurdle ability is good, it doesn't seem to be worthy of Xiaming's attention. After all, what is needed most for this assessment is lethality. In terms of lethality, her hurdle fruit ability is not as good as Xiaming. When he heard this, Xiaming in front of him turned back and smiled at Hina, and immediately joked, "Take your idea. Hina blushed immediately. This guy is not serious again. I was so sad that I saw him swallowed by that sea monster before. Thinking of this, Hina became ashamed and angry. Column ability. She couldn't help but urged her ability, got an iron rod out, and was going to Xiaming. But at this moment, Xiaming suddenly ordered, "Don't make a noise, it should be there." What? Hina was taken aback. Immediately afterwards, she saw Xiaming raise her hand, as if throwing a small pebble out, and actually pierced directly through a tuft of grass not far in front. Puff! The grass shook and the chaotic leaves fluttered, but in the next instant, a dark shadow rushed out. Hina's face suddenly changed slightly. The black shadow that threw out was a hideous and vigorous black panther. While seeing the panther clearly, Hina subconsciously wanted to remind her, but she was stunned again. But at that instant, Xiaming had already lifted his leg in a smooth flow, and directly lifted up a blue light to face the black panther. Brushing sound. The cyan light flashed, and the leopard's body suddenly condensed. Immediately this black panther followed in the footsteps of the previous large sea monster and ended up splitting its body in two. The scorching beast blood silk luo. A strong blood rushing toward her face. Hina recovered, and immediately gave Xiaming another look. There is no doubt that this black panther was also used by Xiaming for Tempest Kick seconds. And such a scene also confirmed Hina's idea just now. People like Xiaming don't need teammates at all, and teammates will only lower their scores. Xiaming, Hina really doesn't understand why you should team up with Hina. You can kill these beasts in seconds. What do you want Hina to do? Isn't this reducing your score? Hina couldn't help it anymore, and directly expressed her thoughts in dissatisfaction. Xiaming suddenly laughed. "I really need you, but I'm afraid that if I say it now, it will scare you." Hina is not so timid. What do you need Hina to do? Just say it. Chapter 34. Hina said without hesitation. Xiaming laughed blankly. In fact, he also knows very well that he doesn't need teammates at all with his own strength. However, he smoothly agreed to Hina's team invitation, of course for a reason. Although there are indeed factors to make girls, but want to get more points. How to get more points? Here, I have to talk about the rules of this hunting assessment. There is a rule that many recruits don't know, or even know that they don't even care about it. In this hunting, in addition to killing beasts, you can get points. In fact, you can also get points if you catch beasts, and the points are still kills. Double the score of the beast. For example, if you kill a beast you get 10 points, but if you just catch it but don't kill it, you get 20 points. Of course, this rule seems to be cost-effective, but it is not. Because capturing is more difficult than killing, in addition, after capturing, it also needs to be handed over to the instructor before the score will be calculated. So this rule, in the eyes of many recruits, is actually very tasteless. On the one hand, it is difficult for them to catch, and on the other hand, it is difficult to control after they are caught. In this case, it is better to kill them cleanly. In fact, Xiaming thought so before. But after learning that Hina had already eaten the fruits of the bar, he didn't think so. Because of the ability of hurdles, he can use this rule to score points. It is precisely because of this that Xiaming agreed to Hina's team invitation. He just wants to use Hina's hurdle fruit ability to catch a large number of beasts and double the points. Since Hina is so impatient now, Xiaming didn't hide it, and directly informed him of his thoughts. After Hina heard this, she suddenly realized, but then she was shocked again. At the same time, inside the warship monitoring room, the instructors in charge of monitoring also showed shock on their faces. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. 26 Genius to perverted practice. This moment, the instructors in the monitoring room were shocked. Even Zephyr, who just arrived, is no exception. And the cause of their shock, but also from just now. As the recruits landed on the island and began the assessment, they, instructors, would naturally have to work. Some went to lurking on the island, and some went to the surveillance room to watch surveillance. After Zephyr assigned the task, he also went to the monitoring room. It is worth mentioning that, unlike the instructors on the lurking island, the instructors on the lurking island are generally 1 or 2 people lurking in each area, and then focus on the weaker recruits. The instructors in the monitoring room are fully monitored, regardless of strength. So whether it is Zephyr or other instructors, naturally they pay special attention to the monitoring screen where Xiaming is located. In fact, they have some doubts about the situation of Xiaming and Hina teaming up. After all, Xiaming and Hina team up, it seems to be a disadvantage. Zephyr and others were puzzled, and then they saw Xiaming attack the grass and lead out the Black Panther. Hina, who was present, subconsciously thought that the bush was penetrated. It should be Xiaming who threw something like a pebble. But Zephyr and others could see clearly, Xiaming had nothing in his hands. The reason why the grass was penetrated was completely because he swept up an almost invisible air bomb with a flick of his finger. What? What kind of trick is that? This kind of power is comparable to a pistol. Seeing this scene, the instructors were shocked. Because of such moves, they won't. And most importantly, such an invisible, colorless, and powerful attack made them all feel threatened. If Xiaming uses such a trick to deal with them, it seems possible that someone will really be recruited. Thinking of this, these instructors were stunned. Immediately afterwards, someone couldn't help asking Zephyr, "Instructor Zephyr, what kind of move did Xiaming use just now?" Zephyr suddenly narrowed his eyes. To be honest, even the old man is a bit clumsy, but if he guessed correctly, it should be finger pistol. Upon hearing this, these instructors were shocked again. Finger pistol? How can it be? Yes, can finger pistol be released remotely? Zephyr groaned for a while, and suddenly sighed, maybe we are a little stubborn. Who would have thought before that iron body can move? Only Xiaming thought of it, and even improved it. So this is similar to finger pistol's move, it is very likely that this kid has improved it too. Chapter 35. This time, the instructors were able to accept Zephyr's statement. After all, it makes sense. Because the movable iron body is improved by Xiaming. So, if he has mastered finger pistol, he can improve a finger pistol capable of long-range attacks, it seems, not surprising. For Xiaming's finger pistol, these instructors are not so surprised. After all, Zephyr has already vaguely revealed that the Marine 6 styles Xiaming currently knows are not only the Iron Body, Moonwalk, and Tempest Kick displayed. These instructors simply regarded Xiaming as a genius and learned all the Marine 6 styles. But even with such mental preparations, at this time, they were still shocked. Because Xiaming's finger pistol is still an improved version. Coupled with the previous Tempest Kick and Iron Body, doesn't it mean that he has improved or enhanced the 3 Marine 6 styles? What an amazing situation! What's more terrifying is that these instructors suddenly thought, will they improve and strengthen the 3 methods Marine 6 styles? Is it not the real situation? The real situation, maybe that he improved 4 or 5 moves, or even, just like he learned Marine 6 styles, he improved all Marine 6 styles? At the same time, Zephyr is also aware of this. In the shock, he was relieved and sighed. He suddenly discovered that even if Xiaming became stronger under his nose, he still couldn't see through Xiaming. This guy didn't know if he suddenly opened his mouth, the speed of becoming stronger is too fast. It was so fast that he felt that it was not appropriate to describe it as a genius. If you really want to use one word to describe it, it's only a pervert. Genius to pervert. At this time, Hina stared at her beautiful eyes, looked at Xiaming in front of him, and involuntarily thought of the word abnormal. What a pervert, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Her face was full of shock. Things have to start from just now. Just now Hina heard Xiaming talk about his thoughts. Well, the idea is still good. Use the hurdle fruit ability to catch the beast to get points. Being reminded by Xiaming, Hina also thought of the rule, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Yes, her hurdle fruit ability seems to match that rule abnormally, and it can even be said to be specially designed for her ability. But then, looking at the Black Panther whose blood was cut in half, Hina couldn't help but wonder, no, if you want to catch a beast, why kill this Black Panther? In Hina's view, with Xiaming's current strength, there should be a way to cope with the Black Panther's pounce just now, not to mention, an iron body can prevent it. But why did he kill it directly? According to their idea of catching beasts, isn't this the same as losing the points of a Black Panther? But Xiaming said lightly on this, oh, I did it on purpose. In this case, we shouldn't have to look for it. If the beast smells blood, it will come to the door by itself, so we just need to stay here and wait for it. Don't worry. Team up with me, it's hard for you to do well this time. Hearing this, Hina blinked beautifully, it seems, there is nothing wrong with it. But in the next moment, her face changed frantically. What the hell, Xiaming will indeed attract beasts like this, but the problem is that the strength and number of beasts attracted are beyond control. As I said before, this hunting assessment is most afraid of causing beasts to besiege. And Xiaming's current approach is to take the initiative to besiege beasts? And then, as if to prove Hina's idea, there was an abnormal movement around him. It's footsteps, and there are many more. Hina noticed the movement and was immediately stunned. This lunatic, pervert. 27 Fly Finger Pistol. Do you want to be so perverted? Hina's beautiful eyes widened. Never thought that Xiaming was so crazy and perverted that he planned to use the blood of the beast to attract the beast. This method, although very good, is not obvious. Isn't it a death? Obviously, in this assessment, the most feared is being besieged by beasts. This point was unanimously confirmed by their recruits. Even Drake and Smoker did not refute this statement. Because even if it was the two of them, they would have troubles when they encountered beasts' siege. Don't forget, although they are all capable people, using their abilities also consumes physical strength. If they fall into a siege by wild beasts, and their physical strength is exhausted, they will be out of luck. As for Xiaming, in Hina's view, he is now at his limit. After all, he had only been training for a month before, and now he has shown Moonwalk and Tempest Kick one after another, so his strength should be limited to this. This kind of strength can already be said to be very strong among the recruits, but to say that he is better than Drake or Smoker, Hina still thinks it is impossible. So, why does Xiaming think that it can solve the beast siege situation that Drake and Smoker don't want to face? Chapter 36. Moreover, he intends to catch it alive, so it will definitely be more difficult to deal with it when the time comes. Realizing the infeasibility of this approach, Hina immediately wanted to speak out against it. But it seems to be too late. At this moment, there was a sudden unexpected movement around. It's footsteps, and there are many more. Hina was suddenly confused. In the next instant, a pair of green eyes began to appear around her. It is a wild wolf with black fur. These wild wolves are not as big as the panthers just now, but they also make Hina feel cold. Because they are 7 wild wolves appearing at the same time. Woo! Immediately afterwards, before Hina could react, the 2 wild wolves immediately opened their mouths and pounced at her from the left and right sides. The fishy wind blows her face, and Hina's face suddenly changes. She did not dare to neglect, and quickly made changes. She squatted down shortly before her death. 2 wild wolves suddenly crossed her head, ready to pass. But at this moment, Hina suddenly stretched out her hands and thrust into the 2 wild wolves above her head. The 2 wild wolves immediately stagnated, and a humanized doubt appeared in the wolf's eyes. But at this time, they were actually bound by hard things out of nothing. Undoubtedly, it was Hina who used the fruit ability to lock the 2 wild wolves. After doing this, Hina did not relax, because while the 2 wild wolves lunged at her, the other 5 wild wolves also killed Xiaming. She has to help Xiaming quickly. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Even if this guy suddenly becomes stronger, it is estimated that he will be busy facing 5 wild wolves at the same time, and may even suffer a little bit. Of course, this is also a good thing. If he doesn't let this guy suffer a bit, he may not know the seriousness of being besieged by the beast. In this way, it would be easier for her to persuade her for a while. Hina thought about it this way, her eyes swept over, and the scene she saw was 5 wild wolves surrounding Xiaming. But to her surprise, Xiaming, who was under siege, had a calm expression, just silently raised his hands and each made a pistol-like gesture. Hey? What is he doing? Hina was taken aback. He thought Xiaming would use Tempest Kick to deal with wild wolves. Who knew Xiaming didn't have it, and he made strange moves. But at this time, Hina didn't have time to think about it, so she rushed to help. As a result, at this moment, an incredible scene appeared. Xiaming shook his hands lightly, and there were translucent objects at his fingertips. Puff puff. In the muffled sound, the 5 wild wolves that besieged Xiaming suddenly suffered heavy injuries. They were all frustrated and immediately fell to the ground. What? Hina was even more stunned. She's not dazzled. Xiaming managed to get 5 wild wolves all at once. What if the good talks are in a mess, and the good talks suffer a bit? What is this? Xiaming moved his fingers casually, and all the 5 wild wolves fell down. What the hell is this? Hina was a little confused again, and she didn't come back to her senses until Xiaming called twice. Hey, Hina, little beauty, what are you in a daze? Use your power to lock them up. Just to recover, Hina did not move, but looked straight at Xiaming. Wait, what was it that you brought down the wolf just now? Hina suddenly remembered that Xiaming seemed to have done the same thing when dealing with the panthers just now, breaking through the grass. It was just that at that time, most of her attention was attracted by the black panther, so that she subconsciously thought it was Xiaming throwing pebbles or something. But now it seems that Xiaming has nothing in his hands. Why can he penetrate the grass before and now he can easily knock down 5 wild wolves? What the hell is that? Oh, it's finger pistol. Seeing Hina noticed, Xiaming didn't hide it, so he just replied. In fact, he understands Hina's bewildered thought just now. After all, in the eyes of other recruits, it is indeed unbelievable to directly use the blood of the beast to attract the beast. But in Xiaming's view, this is just a basic exercise. Could it be that he is so strong now that he still needs to step on the moonwalk to find the beasts one by one, and then capture them? Chapter 37. That would be a waste of his strength, right? All in all, Hina's worry about being besieged and killed by wild beasts is absolutely impossible for him. However, according to Hina's dumbfounded look, if you want this little girl to accept it quickly and cooperate obediently, you still have to show your strength, so Xiaming also deliberately displayed finger pistol. Hina was even more confused after hearing Xiaming's confirmation. Finger pistol? Does Xiaming still know finger pistol? How can it be? Immediately afterwards, Hina suddenly thought of something and coldly snorted, "You want to lie to Hina?" Although Hina doesn't know finger pistol, she also knows finger pistol is a melee attack method. How can it be released remotely? Xiaming suddenly laughed, "That's really finger pistol. It's just improved by me, so it can be attacked remotely. I call it the flying finger pistol." Yes, just fly finger pistol. This trick, without a doubt, is exactly what Xiaming learned after learning finger pistol and referring to the original work. When Hina heard this, Hina was taken aback again. What? Fly finger pistol? Like those instructors in the monitoring room, she suddenly thought of Xiaming's improved movable iron body. Since this guy can improve the iron body, it doesn't seem strange to be able to improve the finger pistol released remotely. But, does Xiaming really know finger pistol? In this case, doesn't it mean that within this month, he not only learned Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, but also Finger Pistol? Moreover, Tempest Kick and Finger Pistol have been further improved and strengthened. Realizing this, Hina's entire pretty face was covered with incredible colors. If this is the case, then Xiaming's direct use of the blood of beasts to attract monsters does not seem so difficult to understand. But the question now is, how does this guy practice? Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. Learn 3 ways marine 6 styles in a month, or the one you are very proficient in. Do you want to be so perverted? P.S. I didn't pay attention, it seems to have received another monthly pass, thank you brothers. 28. One person has included the assessment. Quickly. A short time passed. The sun began to drift westward. Artificial Island. The instructors in charge of lurking are still hidden, silently observing the situation of recruits in various regions. Now, the excitement of the recruits at the beginning of the assessment has finally faded. Most people stopped hunting and were either resting or preparing for dinner. Of course. There are also individuals who are still fighting, such as Drake, Smoker, and other powerful players. Originally, these instructors followed the order of observation from weak to strong. But now most people have stopped hunting, and their eyes can naturally shift to the strong recruits. As a result, the instructors quickly saw that Drake at this moment suddenly became a huge dinosaur, running and raging in a forest, quite like a forest king. Smoker, on the other hand, appeared in a clearing, turned into smoke, besieged the 2 beasts that wanted to escape, and easily killed them. These 2 are worthy of being the new stars of the elite camp. In just a short period of time, they have killed double-digit beasts and scored a lot of points. The instructors responsible for the lurking can't help sighing after reporting the situation of the 2 to each other. Drake, Smoker. These 2 are really good. Yes, at present, the average number of other recruits is now 3 or 4. This is still on the premise of forming a team, but these 2 people, alone, killed a dozen, and the assessment has only started for a long time, and they have already competed with most of them. People have opened a huge gap. If there are no surprises next, the first and second places in the assessment should be born among these 2 people, right? Wait, what about Xiaming, what's the situation on his side? These instructors were discussing, and suddenly someone mentioned Xiaming. There is no way, according to Smoker Drake's past performance, coupled with current performance, there is indeed a trend of winning the first and second places ahead of schedule. However, that was in the absence of accidents. But now, it seems that there is indeed one more accident, that is, Xiaming. These lurking instructors have not forgotten that before this, Xiaming has revealed 3 ways marine 6 styles. And just now Zephyr also vaguely revealed that Xiaming seems to have more than 3 tricks, marine 6 styles. So after mentioning Xiaming, the instructors in charge of observing the Smoker and Drake areas didn't dare to be so sure, and they all inquired about the current situation of Xiaming. After all, according to the strength Xiaming has just shown, his current situation should not be too bad. Chapter 38. But at this time, upon hearing the inquiries from colleagues, the latent instructor in charge of Xiaming's area did not know how to answer. His eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the forest in front of Xiaming and Hina. At this moment, what appeared in front of the instructor was an extremely shocking scene. In the dense forest, Xiaming and Hina directly occupy the land as kings. They use the ability of arranging fruits to cooperate with the surrounding big trees to turn a small area into a beast prison. Yes, it is the beast prison. In this prison, hundreds of beasts were imprisoned separately. Yes, there are hundreds of them. Xiaming uses the blood of beasts to attract monsters. On this island where beasts are rampant, it is not too good. Ever since, it was only a long time, and the beasts in a radius of 10 miles were probably attracted by him. As soon as these beasts approached here, whether they were strong or not, vigilant or not, they were all caught by Xiaming. Even the birds are no exception. During this period, Xiaming has revealed several Marine 6 styles: Finger Pistol, Iron Body, Tempest Kick, Moonwalk, Shave. Ever since, the lurking instructor in charge of this area just stared blankly. Xiaming's situation, more than not bad, it's simply great. Although he is teaming up with Hina, because of the rules of catching beasts, his score is no doubt that of killing alone. In other words, his current score is almost 10 times that of Smoker and Drake. If Smoker and Drake, who killed more than a dozen beasts, have already won the first or two in the assessment, then what is Xiaming, who has captured hundreds of beasts alive? Realizing this, the lurking instructor stayed completely. Immediately afterwards, he told the other lurking instructors about the situation here, and immediately caused the sound of cold breath one after another. All the lurking instructors were shocked. At the same time, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. The instructors in the monitoring room were also shocked again. In fact, they were the first to discover the astonishing situation on Xiaming. After all, they are monitoring the audience, and because of Flying Finger Pistol just now, their attention to Xiaming is not small. When Xiaming first discovered that Xiaming used the blood of beasts to attract monsters, they just vaguely felt that something was wrong. But slowly, with the emergence of beasts, Hina built a prison, Xiaming kept capturing, and the number of beasts slowly increased. The expressions of these instructors gradually changed, even Zephyr was no exception. Because they suddenly understood Xiaming's idea. It turned out to be planning to catch the beasts to get points, and he still came to catch as many as possible, and even planned to catch all the beasts on the island. After understanding it, even Zephyr was shocked. In this way, isn't this assessment rounded by Xiaming and Hina? No, for preparations, it was taken by Xiaming alone. P.S. Very good, I received the monthly ticket again yesterday, and today there is a reminder, thank you brothers. 29. Hina's Heartbeat, Tight Rest Prison? In the forest. Hina built the prison silently, but her expression was a little numb. Yes, it is numbness. Shocked to numbness. Compared to Zephyr and other instructors, she felt a lot more shock. Before leaving, I was shocked by the appearance of Xiaming's moonwalk. After the departure, Xiaming used Tempest Kick to kill the large sea monster in seconds, and was shocked again. After landing on the island just now, because of Xiaming's Flying Finger Pistol, I was shocked again. There was Xiaming's show-off operation, which continued to be shocked. And now, Hina is really stunned again, shocked. Xiaming actually caught all the approaching beasts. 10 heads, 20 heads, 50 heads, hundreds of heads. Although the ability to capture the beasts is also due to Hina's ability, it is clear that without Xiaming to beat those beasts so temperamentally, Hina would never be able to trap so many. Therefore, all the credit for the beasts caught here rests on Xiaming, and it is not exaggerated. What is this concept? In other words, after only half a day, he caught hundreds of beasts. It even includes several large beasts. So how many beasts can he catch in 3 days, and how terrifying points can he get? Hina couldn't figure it out, she was shocked and numb. Even during this period, Xiaming showed the shave in Marine 6 styles again, but after she saw it, she didn't react much. Because, even if Xiaming now says that all Marine 6 styles have learned to master them all, she would not be surprised. Chapter 39. This guy Xiaming is really abnormal. No, it shouldn't be said to be abnormal, it should be more appropriate to call it a monster. Okay, it's almost done. Let's make a prison, make it bigger, and then prepare for dinner. After getting another beast, Xiaming clapped his hands, turned his head and said to Hina. Oh. Hina was still in that kind of absent-minded state, and only after a moment did she react. But then she asked Xiaming suspiciously, why do you want to make a prison? Isn't it enough now? Hina is a little strange. She doesn't have to deal with beasts, only needs to build prisons, so Xiaming's speed in capturing beasts is still not as fast as she can build them. Up to now, 10 cells have been vacated. Why does Xiaming ask her to make a bigger one? Stupid, it's used to rest, eat and sleep at night. Xiaming rolled his eyes and said. Hina blushed immediately and reacted. Yes, it seems that they also need a place to rest, and this kind of prison seems to be just right to live in. She didn't have any second words, and immediately used the lanlan fruit to construct it. It's just that during the construction, her pretty face became more pink, but Hina suddenly thought that it would be okay to build a prison and rest and eat, but what should I do if I go to bed at night? Do you want to divide 2 rooms in the prison? Thinking of this, Hina secretly glanced at Xiaming, who was starting to toss dinner. That handsome profile face was stained with some beast blood at this time, but it looked more attractive. Suddenly, Hina's heart beats faster. It's a mess. When she built this rest prison, she made the surroundings of the prison a lot tighter, but inside, there was no room separated. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. At this time, Xiaming, who was dealing with the beast, didn't notice Hina's small movements. He had captured hundreds of beasts, and of course he had to reward himself. He chose more than a dozen beasts that looked more delicious and immediately slaughtered them. The blood shed all over the place, and he was not afraid. It just so happened to attract a little bit more strangeness. Even if there were too many, there was a prison guard made by Hina at night, and there was no need to worry about being attacked. On such an island, natural cooking is impossible, so Xiaming directly chose fire roasting. However, because of the freshness of the ingredients, the meat is also very delicious. Simply daub some seasonings and it is already fragrant. Puff, Senior Xiaming, so you can eat so much. When the meat was roasted, the prison was also set up, and Hina came to Xiaming pretty playfully. She was a little restrained at first, but when she saw Xiaming eating out, she was amused. Xiaming answered vaguely. In fact, his appetite is not that big, but in the past month, with the increase in experience, his physique has also increased a lot, and his appetite has naturally increased to an astonishing level. What's more, the physical strength he had just consumed was not small, so he had to replenish it at this time. Hina looked at Xiaming with a smile. As a recruit in the elite battalion, she certainly knows that having a big appetite is not a disadvantage, but an advantage. Because this is also a proof of a strong physique. Next, Hina also started to eat, but soon she was amazed by Xiaming's barbecue technique, and her beautiful eyes could not help but light up. Unexpectedly, Xiaming even grilled meat is delicious. To be honest, I haven't found it in the previous year, but in the past month, as she has more contact with Xiaming, Hina has discovered that Xiaming has many advantages. Hardworking, motivated, funny, careful, handsome, and super powerful. Thinking about it, Hina couldn't help being a little silly, and her pretty face turned red by the flames, quietly turning pink again. Call. After a full hour, Xiaming was finally full, and after a long sigh of relief, he lay directly on the ground. Originally, he wanted to see the stars, but his eyes were dark. Not because of the night, but because of the dense fence above the prison where he was located, almost impervious to the wind. Okay. Xiaming froze for a moment, then turned his head and saw that the rest prison built by Hina seemed to be very tight. There were no windows, but a little gap was left near the roof for ventilation. The most important thing is that it doesn't seem to separate the room. Hina, why didn't you divide the room? Realizing this, Xiaming couldn't react for a while, and subconsciously turned his head to ask Hina. It is worth mentioning that Hina at this time was also lying on the ground. She lay earlier than Xiaming. Xiaming didn't know why she was lying down, but now she understands. Because, when he looked at Hina, he clearly matched the beautiful eyes that looked at him and flooded with autumn water. At this moment, the owner of the beautiful eyes suddenly blushed, and then turned his head away. Chapter 40. Really, Chui, Hina seems to have forgotten, she's so tired, she will go to bed first. The words that wanted to cover up slowly drifted over. Xiaming's heart suddenly moved. Although he is an otaku, under the influence of the information age environment like the Earth, may I ask which otaku is not half an old driver? So he quickly noticed the invisible signal emanating from Hina's reaction. Once again, he glanced at the prison that was so tight that he couldn't see it outside, and Xiaming suddenly had a further judgment. Without hesitation, he immediately leaned towards Hina. Well, I'm sleepy too, go to sleep, little beauty. Sleep together. 30 The magical encounter between Berrygood and Xiun? No words for a night. The next morning, Berrygood and Xiun walked side by side on the road. Not far in front of them is a forest. Yesterday's harvest was very good. The two of us killed 10 beasts. I did a calculation. Now our 2 scores are close to 100 points. Should we have it, didn't we kill another tiger last night? With that said, both of them were smiling and cheerful. Although their current scores are not too much, they are obviously not too small. Even judging by some of the recruits they met yesterday, their current scores should already be among the best in the recruits. In this way, as long as they keep, even if their scores are average by then, it is estimated that they can get good results. By the way, I don't know Smoker, Drake how many points they have now, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. And that guy. Suddenly, Xiun mentioned Smoker and others. Berrygood smiled suddenly and fell silent. Then he couldn't help but smile wryly. Of course he knew who the guy Xiun was talking about was. There is no doubt that it is Xiaming. Although the results of the two of them are good, they can't compare with Smoker Drake, especially the guy Xiaming. That guy is really perverted. He scored 100 points before landing on the island, and they had been busy for a long time, but they only scored 100 points. The most important thing is that this percentage is still half and half. In other words, even now, their respective scores are only half of Xiaming's. But of course Xiaming was not indifferent yesterday, so now that guy's score is definitely much more than them. Thinking of this, Berrygood's original joy of getting a lot of points dissipated a lot. Xiun naturally knew what his old fellow was thinking, and immediately patted him on the shoulder. Don't think so much. It's incomparable with that kind of abnormality. We can do our own thing, as long as we can get in there. 10. The reward is still good. Berrygood nodded with a wry smile. Now he really has no temper with Xiaming. How dare to have a temper, even if you meet him on this island, I'm afraid you will have to go around. But we can't be too arrogant. After all, Xiaming's rise is obvious to all. Perhaps this time with good results, I can also be seen by teacher's effort to guide the special training? Thinking about this, Berrygood regained his spirits, and went on with Xiun, looking for the beast. I don't know if it's luck, the two of them just entered the forest, and soon they found the beast. And it's not one end, but 2 ends. 2 wild wolves passed in front of them. Berrygood and Xiun looked at each other, and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. At this moment, they seemed to see the score waving to themselves. Chase! Without a second word, the two of them swiftly sprinted and chased them directly. Or it's really luck, they chased for a while, and unexpectedly found the beast again. It's a leopard. Berrygood was overjoyed. But Xiun, who was more careful, suddenly found something wrong. Wait, Berrygood, have you noticed that the beasts seem to be heading in one direction? Hearing this, Berrygood was taken aback. He glanced silently, and he really found something wrong. The leopard was behind the wild wolves, but it didn't seem to be walking with the 2 wild wolves. In front, what seems to be? Berrygood frowned. Chapter 41. Xiun nodded, go, and take a look. In this way, the two of them didn't rush to shoot, but quietly followed behind the wolf and leopard. After just following for a while, the expressions of Very Good and Zion began to change. Because at this time, they smelled a strange smell. It smells of blood, and it's heavy. Looking at each other, both of them saw the doubt in each other's eyes. With such a heavy smell of blood, who is going to kill in front? But this is too careless, such a heavy smell of blood, but it will attract a lot of beasts. Maybe it will cause a large number of beasts to besiege. Thinking of this, both Very Good and Zion suddenly understood why the wild wolves and leopards were all approaching in that direction. It's bloody. The extremely heavy smell of blood attracted them. What happened before? Under curiosity, Very Good and Zion accelerated their pace subconsciously and came to the scene soon. Just when they came to the scene, their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, what kind of scene was presented before their eyes? I saw a chain of iron bars cooperated with the surrounding trees to build hundreds of things that looked like a cell, and inside the cell, a beast that was either unconscious or injured was independently imprisoned. The whole scene looked like one huge prison. It's just that what is imprisoned in the prison is a beast. The strong smell of blood was clearly transmitted from the injured beasts in the prison, and the whole ground was covered with blood, which was shocking. The two wild wolves that Very Good and Zion had just followed, as well as the leopard, and even a tiger, all came outside the prison, looking at the wilting beasts inside the prison together, with coveting eyes. My God, what's going on? Very Good couldn't help but exclaim. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Zion was also shocked, but more of them were surprises. Yes, he was pleasantly surprised. The beast prison in front of us is almost full of beasts, there are hundreds of them, and there are even a few large beasts among them. If so many beasts are killed, how many points can they get? Thinking of this, Zion's yellow face flushed with excitement. He and Very Good, they may not find so many beasts to kill for 3 days. Now these beasts are all gathered together, and one by one looks sluggish and low in combat power. This is simply a pie in the sky. At the same time, Very Good realized this with hindsight. His excitement is no less than Zion, and even more. He thought with excitement, kill these beasts and work harder, would they be able to win the first or second place in this assessment, and beat Smoker, Drake, and Xiaming? What are you waiting for? Very Good jumped directly. Zion was not slow, and directly activated the rust fruit ability to corrode those fences. The two of them were in a tacit understanding. One opened the cell and the other solved the sluggish beast inside. In a blink of an eye, they solved the 7 or 8 heads. Seeing this scene, the tiger, wild wolf, and leopard beside him seemed to realize that they were not easy to provoke. He hesitated, and both turned and left. Very Good and Zion naturally ignored them. Compared to the beast prison in front of them, the tiger beasts were not worth mentioning. They continued to do things, but suddenly, Zion noticed a very tight cell. Hey, it seems to be stricter here. Is there a big beast with a higher score? He couldn't help but wonder. Very Good heard the words and grinned unconsciously. Open it and take a look. Zion nodded, but to be on the safe side, he decided to open a small hole first. Nourish. Under the effect of his rust and rust ability, the steel fence quickly dissolved, forming a fist-sized gap. Zion leaned his head over, just wanting to see what's inside. But at this moment, the sudden change occurred. A fist suddenly blasted out of the gap. Zion was hit directly and flew out. What? Very Good was taken aback, and then saw that the very tight cell suddenly broke down on its own, and then 2 figures appeared. One was a young girl with a handsome face, and the other was a peach-haired girl with a delicate face. It is Xiaming and Hina. Very Good's eyes widened suddenly. What's going on? Chapter 42. 31 Dare to move the goddess? Court death. This moment. Very Good's eyes widened. Never thought that Xiaming and Hina would appear in front of him in this way. What's going on? Wait, so Xiaming and Hina just stayed in that tight and abnormal cell? And Also last night? They stayed there for one night? Thinking of this, Very Good breathed heavily and clenched his fists. He vaguely realized something, his anger soared, and even Zion didn't care about it for a while. Ah! At this time, Zion was holding his bleeding face and screamed. Half of his face seemed to be cracked, with abnormal pain. But when he turned his head and saw the sudden appearance of Xiaming and Hina, he couldn't help feeling a little startled. Xiaming and Hina? How can they appear there? It's worth mentioning that Hina's ability to play fruit is actually unknown to many people, including Very Good and Zion. So when they saw the beast prison, they didn't think of anything. Now they saw that the cell suddenly disappeared, and it was even more confusing. But now the beast prison and those cells are not important anymore, the important thing is the sudden appearance of Xiaming and Hina. Of course Zion can think of what Very Good can think of. Ever since, he quickly froze in place, revealing an incredible color. And this time, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Xiaming glanced at Zion and Very Good coldly, but didn't mean to explain at all. Instead, he turned his head and asked Hina gently, "Are you okay?" At this time, Hina's delicate and pretty face was a little pale, but she turned red when she heard Xiaming's words. She knew what Xiaming meant, and she was obviously talking about what happened last night. Last night, the two fell in love with each other, and that kind of relationship happened naturally. But what Hina didn't expect was that Xiaming was so brave and sharp that she couldn't stand the first experience. This led to the fact that Hina's body didn't relax much after sleeping all night. Just now, she forced her mobilization ability and put away the cell, so her face became paler. But Hina is not a weak woman, but a member of the elite camp, so she only needs to rest for a while. Then she shook her head to Xiaming, "It's okay, just take a rest." Hearing this, Xiaming finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, in this respect, he is also a junior brother. But what he didn't expect was that when he did this kind of thing last night, the effect of the 1,000 times experience increase actually worked. Ever since, in addition to being a bit jerky at the beginning, Xiaming's home is completely behind, and Hina's life is better than death. Coupled with his strong physique, the following situation can be imagined. Xiaming is really worried about Hina's body being tossed out. Now that she is really weak, she finally feels relieved. Immediately afterwards, Xiaming looked at Very Good and Zion again, his eyes flickering. "Should you two go by yourself, or let me send you off?" Very Good and Zion suddenly changed their faces. At this time, they all recovered completely. Xiaming must have spent the night with Hina last night. As for what happened, it's self-evident from the closeness of the two. Realizing this, let alone Very Good, even Zion became angry. After all, Hina is their goddess. But now their goddess spends the night with others. Who can bear this? But the problem is, the other party is Xiaming. The power of Xiaming has been recognized before this. Even just now Very Good and Zion felt that if they encounter Xiaming, they should go around immediately, and there is no need to be boring. And now, they really met, but in such a situation. "How about it, do you want to go?" Zion clutched his aching face and asked Very Good in a low voice. The punch just now made him understand the power of Xiaming, but at this time, he didn't want to stop there. If Very Good wants to go up, how come he wants to go up and have a fight with Xiaming? "Of course I have to go." Chapter 43. Very Good was actually waiting for Zion to speak. Even if he was furious, he didn't lose his mind completely. If he is the only one, the odds of winning are not great, but if Zion is added, it will be different. Xiaming will also have 3 tricks, Marine 6 styles. Together, they still have a chance to win. But now, after hearing what Zion meant, Very Good naturally didn't hesitate, and immediately yelled. "Xiaming, UBD, what did you do to Hina?" As soon as the voice fell, Very Good's body burst open and turned into a large number of iron beams, like mountains and seas, and flew towards Xiaoming. When Xiaoun saw this, he was refreshed and hurriedly followed. Xiaoming, take your life. 10 seconds later, Xiaoun carried the blood-stained Very Good into a coma and fled wildly. Xiaoming, you can't kill us. Hina. Xiaoming. 32 The assessment that has gone completely wrong? Xiaoun carried the blood-stained Very Good into a coma and fled wildly. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was far away from the forest, and then put Very Good down and sat down on the ground. Hey, hey. Only at this moment did Xiaoun feel the weight of Very Good and panted. Recalling the experience just now, Xiaoun knew very well why his skinny self was able to carry Very Good all the way. Because, that guy is really terrible. Just now Xiaoun wanted to keep up with Very Good's footsteps and join forces to deal with Xiaoming. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. As a result, at that moment, Xiaoming's feet turned into afterimages, unleashing an overwhelming tempest kick slash. Under the dazzling tempest kick slash, all the iron Dowdu that Very Good transformed were slashed and flew back. Even after the reorganization of the iron Dowdu due to too many injuries, the injuries accumulated directly to Very Good. Passed in a coma. For Xiaoun, fortunately, he learned paper arts, otherwise his situation might be worse than Very Good. Of course, even though he avoided that round of tempest kick slash, Xiaoun was shocked and naturally did not dare to fight Xiaoming anymore, so before Xiaoming launched a new round of attacks, he had already carried Very Good to escape. Looking back now, Xiaoun couldn't help feeling like he was left behind. Well, where is this? After a while, Very Good finally woke up, looking at the unfamiliar environment with a confused expression. Xiaoun gave an ugly wry smile. Very Good was startled when he saw this, and then felt the blood-stained wounds all over his body, and suddenly recalled the situation just now. Then he was silent too. The atmosphere suddenly became a little heavy. But the next moment, the heavy atmosphere was quickly broken by an unusual sound of footsteps. It's a beast. And there were a lot of them, 6 or 7 of them, all of them looked at the two of them eagerly. Damn, why are so many beasts? Very Good suddenly cursed secretly. Now, his combat effectiveness has seriously declined. Facing so many beasts, he is somewhat beyond his ability. Fortunately, Xiaoun is still there. Very Good is also relatively clear about Xiaoun's strength. He should be able to handle these beasts. However, just as Very Good thought this way, his arm was pulled up vigorously, and then the whole person was pulled and rushed. Run! Xiaoun's anxious voice came in his ears. It turned out that Xiaoun was stunned after seeing the beast appeared. And then pulled up Very Good and ran away without saying a word. Well, you can't deal with these beasts, Xiaoun. Very Good couldn't help but wonder. Xiaoun suddenly smiled bitterly. Idiot, you bleed too much. Those beasts are all attracted by your blood. If you stay there, the beasts will definitely fight more and more. Hearing this, Very Good was suddenly stunned. Looking at the blood on his body, his face turned pale. Yes, he now is similar to the situation on Xiaoming just now, constantly emitting a strong smell of blood. This bloody smell will continuously attract wild beasts. If there are a few, Xiaoun can still deal with it, but how about 10? How about a dozen? Thinking of this, Very Good suddenly understood why Xiaoun pulled up and ran away without saying a word. Then he couldn't help feeling a little panicked. Xiaoun, what should I do now? Although Very Good is not very clever, he also understands that just running away is not a way, because the beasts have already caught up, and if they escape like this, they will definitely attract other beasts. When the time comes, they will still be unable to escape. The end of the beast siege. At this moment, Xiaoun gritted his teeth and his eyes flashed with cold light. Chapter 44. Damn Xiaoming, it was all he killed. I won't let him go so easily. Very Good was shocked when he heard the words. they can't protect themselves now, so they have to deal with Xiaming? Xiun seemed to see Very Good's thoughts, and immediately said, "Hey, come with me, I have a solution. Not only can I solve these beasts, but I can also deal with Xiaming again." "What?" Very Good was taken aback when he heard this. "Is there such a way?" In this way, with a dubious attitude, Very Good ran wildly with Xiun. Next, Very Good's expression quickly became surprised. Xiun took him and found other recruits to help kill the beast. Those recruits are worried that they can't find a beast to kill, so they are naturally very happy to help. Soon, the beast chasing Very Good and Xiun was really solved. Immediately afterwards, Xiun even encouraged these recruits to go to the forest where Xiaming was. The reason is simple. It is said that he encountered a nest made up of hundreds of beasts there, but he and Very Good couldn't figure it out, so they invited more people to go. As for how the scores are distributed, it is naturally the one who kills it. The reason Xiun made up sounded really fine, and almost all recruits believed it. Among them, even Smoker and Drake. As a result, whether it was the instructor in charge of lurking, or the instructors such as Zephyr in the monitoring room, their expressions gradually became weird. They can all see that there are more and more imprisoned beasts in the forest where Xiaming is located, but at the same time, the surrounding recruits begin to gather and approach the forest. This assessment, by now, seems to have gone completely wrong. Actually moving towards the assessment of the battle, and even close to the chaos, read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. 33. Celestial Dragons spoils the game, CP9 strikes? Instructor Zephyr, do you need to stop it? In the warship monitoring room, an instructor couldn't help asking Zephyr. The other instructors also looked at Zephyr. Even the instructors lurking on the island are asking Zephyr's opinions through the phone worm. This assessment seems to have gone completely wrong. He even moved closer to the assessment of the battle, and even the chaos. Zephyr's look at this time was also a little weird. In fact, even he did not expect this assessment to develop into this way. This hunting assessment does not have a rule that prohibits companions from fighting, so it is possible for the recruits to go to war. The reason why there is no prohibition is naturally because it is not necessary. After all, during the hunting assessment, who would have leisure to play against their companions? If you have that time, you might as well hunt one more beast. Therefore, generally speaking, even if there are any grievances among the recruits in such assessments, they will be discussed later. Besides, in the elite camp, challenges are not forbidden. Even if the recruits have grievances, there is no need to resolve them in the hunting assessment. But what I never thought was that Xiaming chose to capture beasts to get points, and then used Hina's ability to really capture a lot of beasts. This situation moved Very Good and Xiun's heart, which induced a conflict between them and Xiaming. And then, even though Xiaming repelled Very Good and Xiun, they could not stop them from fooling other recruits, including Smoker Drake, to launch a new round of offensive. Although this situation is within the rules, it has already deviated somewhat from their original intention of the hunting assessment. Their original intention was to allow the recruits to increase their actual combat experience with the beasts, while also allowing some people to realize the meaning of team combat. As a result, it's fine now, the recruits are about to fight. So the other instructors hesitated and didn't know what to do. Zephyr pondered for a while, but let the instructors watch the change. Yes, just wait and see the changes. Since it is allowed in the rules, even if it is him, it is actually not good to temporarily stop him. Especially in the current situation. In fact, Very Good, Xiun, and others are indeed hunting beasts, only those beasts captured by Xiaming. As for Xiaming, he has captured so many beasts, and he should have thought that he would be coveted by other recruits, even if he was besieged by the recruits, he would be self-defeating. In that case, let them toss on. Of course, the most important thing is that Zephyr is also willing to see this happen. For Xiaming, he is now 100% satisfied. Even if Xiaming graduates now, he feels that it is okay, but the others are still lacking. Since Xiaming is about to graduate, it is good to show off his strength at this time and bring some pressure to others, especially for recruits with good talents such as Smoker and Drake. Chapter 45. Maybe it could be a mistake, and it might become a huge motivation for the two to go further. In this way, under Zephyr's order, all the instructors watched the changes, waiting for the conflict that was about to erupt. But then, something they didn't expect, the conflict of recruits on the island had not happened yet, but an abnormal situation appeared on the sea. Report Instructor Zephyr. Celestial Dragon's sailing appears on the sea. A subordinate hurriedly came to the monitoring room to report. What? Celestial dragons? Hearing this, the instructors were all taken aback, even Zephyr was no exception. Why did celestial dragons come here? Zephyr frowned and went to the deck in silence. The other instructors in the monitoring room also took out 2 people and followed. Out of the deck, Zephyr and others saw a super luxurious sailing ship appearing on the sea not far away, and it was the banner of celestial dragons hanging on it. The galleon was obviously approaching the large warship on their side, and after a while, it was in front of the warship. Instructor Zephyr, don't come here unharmed. When the boat was handed over, a grinning pink-haired man on the galleon greeted Zephyr. Beside him, there was a man wearing an astronaut suit with a stinky expression. Zephyr looked cold. Spondum, what are you doing here? When the instructor who followed Zephyr saw this, his face instantly condensed. They know this Spondum. He is from the CP side of the World Government Spy Agency and currently serves as the chief of CP9. The 2 instructors knew him not because of Spondum himself, but because the CP9 team he led was very famous. It is said that this team has recently added a lot of new blood, and almost everyone is proficient in Marine 6 styles. You know, although the CP department focuses on learning Marine 6 styles, not everyone can learn it all. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. All CP9 team members are proficient in Marine 6 styles, and naturally became famous, especially in that there is also a genius known as the strongest genius in the 800 years of the establishment of the Marine government, Rob Lucci. That man, he is not very old, but his power value has reached thousands. It's horrible. Thinking of this, these instructors couldn't help being a little shocked, but also a little confused. Why does Spondum, the chief of CP9, appear here? And the celestial dragons with him, what happened? At this time, Spondum didn't care about Zephyr's indifferent attitude, but with a flattering smile, began to introduce celestial dragons around him. Instructor Zephyr, this is the respected Lord Charles Rose. Immediately he explained with a smile, today, Lord Charles Roth wanted to see the strength of CP9, so I came with him. Isn't this an artificial island? There are many beasts on it. I plan to let CP9 and the others find those beasts to show their strength. Speaking of this, Spondum suddenly changed his words, but it happened to be heard that today is the day for your elite battalion recruits to be assessed. St. Charles Rose decided to let CP9 train with your elite battalion recruits. See if we are the top CP9. The recruits from your elite battalion are even better. Count the time, now they have started fighting, right? What? Hearing this, the 2 instructors' expressions suddenly changed. Zephyr's face also sank. The 3 had no other words, and immediately returned to the warship monitoring room. Sure enough, from the monitoring screen, I saw the figure of CP9. As a result, the recruits gathered by Smoker and Drake on the other side, as well as Berrygood and Zion, had not waited for them to go to the forest, but were stopped by a group of men in suits and leather shoes. 34 Elite Battalion recruits vs CP9. Artificial Island. The recruits are getting bigger and bigger. As inducers, Zion and Berrygood were both excited. Especially seeing the 2 people walking in the front. Smoker and Drake. After learning from Zion and Berrygood that a large number of beasts had gathered in the forest, the 2 of them took the lead without much hesitation. Of course, this was not because the two believed Zion and Berrygood credulously, but they both felt that Zion and Berrygood were unnecessary and did not dare to deceive them. Besides, even if it was fake, they didn't lose much, they just ran for nothing. Because of this idea, Smoker and Drake also gathered. And the existence of these two people also dispelled the suspicion of other recruits at once, so the number of recruits is getting more and more together. Zion and Berrygood were naturally overjoyed when they saw this. Haha, let's see how that guy Xiaming is going to deal with it. Yes, I don't believe that he can fight all our recruits alone. They are not afraid that the lie will be exposed at that time, because from a certain point of view, they have not lied at all. Because there are indeed many wild beasts in the forest. Chapter 46. It's just that there are more Xiaming and Hina. When the people behind reacted, obviously they would not trouble them. Instead, they would force Xiaming and Hina to surrender the beasts, and even break through the cells directly to get points by killing the beasts. With the character of that guy Xiaming, he will definitely fight back. Thinking of this, Zion and Berrygood both had a smirk, as if they had seen Xiaming stand alone against all their recruits and then be beaten and beaten. In this way, as the recruits grew, they gradually approached the forest. However, before the recruits could completely reach the forest, a group of suits and leather shoes stopped them. 6 men and 1 woman, there is no doubt that it is CP9. What? Who are they? At this moment, Zion and Berrygood's faces changed slightly when they saw CP9 suddenly appeared. Even the leading Smoker and Drake are no exception. It is really shocking how CP9 and others played. The 9 of them are all walking in the air, falling from the sky. They all use moonwalk, right? Who are these people? They all know moonwalk. As recruits to the elite battalion, Zion and others are of course very clear about moonwalk, and even some of them have mastered it. But all of a sudden, 9 people who all master moonwalk fell from the sky, and this situation made them wonder. Most importantly, isn't the artificial island blocked? How did these people come, and how did they hide from the ears of Zephyr and other instructors? Aware of this, even the heads of Smoker and Drake became serious. At this moment, they all strongly felt the unkindness of the visitor. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At the same time, in the monitoring room, Zephyr and other instructors also looked down. Obviously, before Spondam and Charles Rose Saint hadn't got close, CP9 was sent out, so they couldn't react. CP9 just found the recruits gathered and met. Oh, is this a meeting? These are the recruits of the elite camp. How come so many people gather? Wouldn't they even have to hunt so many beasts together? At this time, a teasing sound suddenly sounded in the monitoring room. But Spondam and Charles St. Charles also entered the monitoring room of the warship. The guard at the door flushed and looked at Zephyr as if asking for help. He should block all irrelevant personnel from entering the monitoring room, but due to the identity of St. Charles Roth, he couldn't stop it at all. Zephyr waved his hand to let him not care, and then the old face looked at Spondam and Charles Rose Saint with a heavy face. As the predecessor admiral, he certainly knows what the identity of celestial dragons means. However, like Garp, Zephyr is a bit uncomfortable with celestial dragons, so even if he has been an admiral, he has no affection for celestial dragons. Not to mention that as soon as the opponent appears, it has severely disrupted the assessment of their elite camp. Spondam, and the St. Charles Rose, shouldn't you give the old man an explanation? Zephyr asked in a deep voice. Spondam was a little frightened, after all, his level was much lower than Zephyr, let alone strength. But fortunately, he was backed by St. Charles this time, and this time, it was indeed St. Charles Wim who wanted to see the strength of CP9, and then happened to meet the elite camp assessment, so he changed his mind to let both parties warring. Spondam thought about it. And as expected, St. Charles Rose spoke. He snorted and said unceremoniously, "Zephyr, what do you want to explain when Admiral is out of control? I want to see CP9's performance." If your recruits are broken, they will train another group of calculations. Up. Hearing this, the other instructors were very angry. Those are all recruits from the elite battalion, all of them are geniuses in the Marine, and they have spent a lot of hard work to cultivate elites. If they are broken, will they train another group? Are you a Begapunk robot? What's going on, Admiral? Obviously Zephyr didn't want to be an admiral and turned to the chief instructor of the elite camp. Okay? His strength hasn't fallen much. The more they thought about it, the more angry these instructors were, even in the mood to teach St. Charles Rose. But they also knew the serious consequences of shooting celestial dragons, so they all suppressed them one by one, just waiting for Zephyr to speak. In the eyes of these instructors, with Zephyr's explosive temper, he would definitely be stunned. You know, Zephyr values these students the most, and he won't be fooled by others, even if they are celestial dragons. But then, what these instructors didn't expect was that Zephyr's reaction was surprisingly calm. In this case, let them practice. With that said, Zephyr even ordered the instructors lurking on the island not to intervene. The instructors in the monitoring room were stunned. Really want to let the elite battalion recruits fight against CP9? 35. The real Superman. In the warship monitoring room. Hearing Zephyr's words, the instructors were stunned. Chapter 47. Zephyr actually let the elite battalion recruits fight against CP9? Is there a mistake? That's CP9. All members are proficient in Marine 6 style CP9. Although some recruits from their elite battalion also practice Marine 6 styles, their qualities vary. That is to say, Xiaming has risen recently, and it can barely be called a 6 style genius, but it is too reluctant to deal with the CP9, which is proficient in all members of Marine 6 styles, right? Not to mention the existence of a Marine 6 styles super genius in CP9, Rob Lucci. What is Zephyr thinking? At the same time, even Spondam couldn't help but be taken aback. He certainly knows the strength of CP9, so he is very certain that the recruits of the elite battalion are not opponents of CP9 in any case. But now that Zephyr agreed so readily, he was a little strange. He didn't think that Zephyr, as the chief instructor of the elite camp, would not be clear about the strength of his students and the gap between CP9. But at this moment, St. Charles snorted triumphantly, "Humph, Zephyr, count you as acquaintance." Hearing this, Spondam was finally relieved. That's right. Celestial dragons are here this time. Even if Zephyr opposes it, it's useless. I guess this old guy understands this, so he just agreed? In this case, there is no problem. Spondam immediately accompanied St. Charles Rose and looked directly at the monitoring screen. As for Zephyr, after the arrangements were made, regardless of the suspicious gaze of the instructor next to him, he also looked at the monitoring screen, but his gaze flickered slightly, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Artificial Island. The scene where Xion and other recruits and CP9 encountered. The atmosphere is getting weird. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Many recruits are aware of the surveillance phone bugs on the island and the situation where the instructors may be lurking on the island. Now that I have seen CP9 appear, there has been no information, and no instructor has intervened to obstruct it. Many people are vaguely aware of something. Obviously, the arrival of CP9 and others was most likely due to the tacit approval of Zephyr and other instructors. Aware of this, even the heads of Smoker and Drake condensed their faces, feeling the strong unkindness of those who came. "Hey, who are you? Why stop us?" At this moment, Xion was the first to jump out and ask loudly. He also realized that CP9's comer was not good, and even understood the intentions of the instructors. It is most likely to let yourself and others play against CP9. But Xion doesn't want to fight CP9. He wants to trouble Xiaming more now. And he took great pains to find Smoker Drake and others, not to fight CP9. Very Good was not stupid, and immediately echoed loudly, "Go away quickly, don't stand in our way." However, All CP9 members didn't mean to move their footsteps. They just stood there, watching Zion and others in their spare time. Immediately afterwards, the long-nosed male Keiku smiled faintly. "We are CP9 from the CP department. You are recruits from the elite battalion. We are here to do 2 tricks with you." Hearing this, Smoker Drake and others' expressions changed. CP department. On the contrary, Very Good was very carefree, and continued to curse without thinking. "What CP department? If you don't walk away, I will fight you all over the floor." As soon as the voice fell, Very Good's face changed suddenly. But it was Keiku who was opposite him suddenly hooked his foot, and a sharp blue light flew toward him. "Call out. That is, Tempest Kick?" Very Good's pupils shrank, and the Doudou fruit ability was directly activated, and her whole body burst into countless Doudou and scattered. The Tempest Kick passed away in a flash, and he could hardly avoid it. Immediately reorganizing his body, Very Good suddenly added a drop of cold sweat on his forehead. He now has a psychological shadow on Tempest Kick. After all, he almost died under Xiaming's Tempest Kick not long ago. I didn't expect to be attacked by others with Tempest Kick again now. But in retrospect, Very Good was furious again and was about to yell at him, "A hole, you!" After all, the other party is not Xiaming, he is not afraid. But at this moment, Zion next to him covered Very Good's mouth, and then whispered a few words in his ear. Very Good's face suddenly changed wildly. At the same time, the faces of Smoker Drake and others became more solemn. Chapter 48. CP Department. It's the department that specializes in Marine 6 styles, right? It looks right, they all know Moonwalk, and now that long-nosed guy uses Tempest Kick again. By the way, I seem to have heard of this CP9. It is said that each of them is a 6-type genius. Especially the CP9 captain, Rob Lucci, who is known as the strongest newcomer in the 800 years since the Marine government was established. I seem to have heard it too. Is it the long-nosed man, or who? In fact, with the exception of Very Good, the other recruits felt awe-inspiring when they heard Keiku's words. Summarizing the information and gossip that they knew, they immediately understood the existence of CP9 in front of you. There is no doubt that these people are real supermen. 36. The battle between recruits and CP. Artificial Island. The atmosphere became heavy again. After knowing the CP9 identity of Keiku and others, and understanding the meaning of this identity, all the recruits present became serious. Very Good, who was provocative just now, broke out in a cold sweat under Zion's reminder, and was terrified. It turns out that these people in front of you are superhuman beings who are proficient in Marine 6 styles. In this case, doesn't it mean that they are more terrifying than Xiaming one by one? Thinking of this, Very Good's eyes widened, and he didn't dare to speak again. But at this moment, the long-nosed man Keiku completely focused on Very Good, and chuckled. The body turns into a sphere? It's interesting, this is the devil fruit ability, right? Let the old man know it first. Will you? As soon as the voice fell, Keiku's body screamed and disappeared in place. It's shaved. When the recruits saw this, they suddenly felt horrified, and suddenly understood the reason for Keiku's disappearance. Obviously, it is the very difficult shave in Marine 6 styles. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. At the moment, Keiku's use of this trick to shave has further confirmed the rumors that all CP9 members are proficient in Marine 6 styles. But at this time, Very Good couldn't think about it anymore. When Keiku disappeared, he immediately warned Dashin. Peas burst. Still without any hesitation, Very Good burst his body directly, turning into a large number of beans, scattered and fleeing. But the next moment, Very Good's head changed his face again. But Keiku suddenly appeared beside him, reaching out and grabbing one of the peas. These spheres should be your body, how about the defense? After catching the peas balls, Keiku ignored the other scattered peas, but murmured with interest. Immediately after that, he was holding the peas ball in his left hand, suddenly a finger with his right hand, and jabbed away. What? Is that shaved? What does he want to do now? It seems to be finger pistol. At this time, seeing Keiku killing all the way to deal with Very Good, the other recruits subconsciously walked away, and then there was a lot of discussion. Keiku's performance made them believe in the rumor more and more. If you don't guess wrong, Keiku's current finger poke action is exactly one of the 6 types of finger pistol. Very Good also noticed this, snorted coldly, and immediately activated the iron body. Hey, don't think that you are the only one who knows Marine 6 styles. At this moment, the peas balls in Keiku's hands were instantly given the hardness of steel. But then, when Keiku's finger fell on the bean ball, Very Good was taken aback, and the head ball that was transformed immediately made a scream. Unexpectedly, the finger pistol released by Keiku is extremely powerful. One jab will almost break his iron body defense. Of course, the most important reason is that Very Good's iron body is not very strong. In addition, his body has turned into a peas ball, which invisibly weakened the iron body's defensive power. So at this time, it feels painful to be poked. Under the stimulation of pain, Very Good's rough face became distorted. At this moment, he suppressed his strong fear of CP9 and chose to fight back. The peas balls that had been scattered were condensed, and then suddenly rolled back. With the iron body effect, they were like heavy bowling balls flying towards Keiku. But at this moment, Keiku chuckled again, "I seem to understand your abilities." As soon as the voice fell, a magical scene appeared. Keiku's body suddenly floated like catkins, light and fluttering, as if weightless, moving with the wind. And none of those Tai Daotu that came flying in can hit him. Very Good's head ball saw it, and it suddenly appeared sluggish. And the other recruits changed their faces one after another. It's paper arts. It must be correct, otherwise it would never be possible to avoid Very Good's intensive peas. Chapter 49. It seems that these guys are really proficient in 6 styles. Trouble now. Bang bang bang. Accompanied by a muffled sound, those Tai Daotu smashed that small area for a round, and a large number of pits of various depths appeared on the ground, but Keiku, who was in it, was still unscathed. Upon seeing this, Very Good's eyes stared, but he didn't give up so easily. With a thought, he controlled the iron peas to smash again. After learning from the previous experience, he temporarily arranged those iron peas into a dense formation, in an attempt to no longer allow Keiku to use paper arts. But at this moment, Keiku still smiled lightly. "Have you jumped enough? It's time to solve you." As the words fell, his figure disappeared in place again, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Very Good's head. Very Good was suddenly shocked, trying to control his head to escape, but a big hand was suddenly grasped, and it was like iron tongs to confine his head. "I wonder what the defense of your head is like." With a murmur, Keiku's eyes condensed suddenly, and he pointed at Very Good's head again. But at this moment, an accident happened. With only a bang, Keiku's body retreated several steps, away from Very Good's head. Zion, who was hesitating about whether to shoot or not, suddenly felt relieved. The other recruits also breathed a sigh of relief. A young man with a cross scar on his jaw slammed into Keiku. "It is Drake." He shot. At the same time, Smoker was not to be outdone, and turned directly into a large amount of smoke, shrouded in the rest of CP9. The battle between recruits and CP has officially begun. 37 are the recruits of the Elite Battalion Week. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. In the warship monitoring room. Looking at the surveillance screen, Spondam quickly smiled. Immediately he explained to St. Charles Rose diligently, "How about, Lord Charles Rose, see if this is Keiku, his strength is only lower than Lucky, and what he is currently using is Marine 6 styles are Tempest Kick, Shaved, Finger Pistol, Paper Arts." Charles Rose Sheng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. At the end, Spondum looked at Zephyr intentionally or unintentionally, and murmured, "That person is demon fruit power, not Keiku's opponent at all. Is this the strength of the elite battalion recruits? It doesn't seem very good." When the instructors heard this, their faces suddenly became hard to look. Spondum is obviously saying that they have no way to teach, by stepping on the elite battalion recruits, to improve their CP9. But for a while, they couldn't refute it. Because when Keiku shot, he really pressed very good to fight, almost making him unable to fight back. At this time, Zephyr still didn't respond much, but faintly replied, "The old man has to admit that the CP department has indeed cultivated a lot of 6-type geniuses, but the recruits in the elite battalion are not as unbearable as you said. At least the old man can say that in the past few years, there have been many marine elites in the elite camp. Spondum, if you have any questions, you are welcome to ask Aokiji Kizaru to discuss them." Spondum's face suddenly went dark. Originally, he wanted to belittle the elite battalion recruits with CP9's excellence and taunt Zephyr by the way. But what I didn't expect was that Zephyr actually took Aokiji Kizaru as an example. As we all know, Aokiji Kizaru and others are now Marine Admiral. And they just graduated from the elite camp. This is simply Wang Chuang, totally incomparable. Spondum froze all at once. When the other instructors heard the words, naturally all of them were refreshed, and their expressions rose sharply. Yes, in your CP department, although there are a lot of 6-style geniuses, and even now there is an 800-year-old genius Rob Lucci, have you ever produced an admiral-level character? On the other hand, there have been several of them in the elite camp. Thinking about this, these instructors all swept away. At this time, after persuading Spondum, Zephyr did not stop there, but suddenly said, "Furthermore, the old man does not think that the recruits in this period will be weaker than the CP9 team you brought." Immediately afterwards, as if confirming Zephyr's words, Drake in the surveillance screen brazenly shot and smashed Keiku back. And Smoker was not to be outdone, turned into a large amount of smoke, and enveloped the rest of CP9. In this way, the battle between recruits and CP has officially begun. Artificial Island scene. With Drake and Smoker taking action, the other recruits were refreshed. Drake and Smoker are doing it. Hey, what are we waiting for? Come on, let these CP9 see how powerful our elite camp is. The actions of Drake and Smoker directly gave the recruits a booster. Originally, they were really afraid of CP9 and others, especially when Keiku shot and showed Marine 6 styles one after another. Chapter 50. This indirectly confirms the rumors that all 7 of them are proficient in Type 6, and how terrible the 7 Type 6 supermen will burst out. As recruits in the elite camp, they all know very well. But it is the recruits of the elite battalion, so they also have their own pride. Besides, won't they Marine 6 styles? It will just be incomplete. But so what? Don't forget, they are not mainly practicing Marine 6 styles. Even if Marine 6 styles is not as good as CP9, they can make up for it in other ways. Spear, swordsmanship, artillery, and even devil fruit abilities. With this idea, the recruits present also rushed towards CP9. Even Very Good and Zion are no exception. Now these 2 people were also aroused to fight, and they didn't care for Xiaming for a while. They immediately decided to unite with other people to get the CP9 in front of them. The 2 brothers were also very tacit understanding, and soon locked in Khalifa, who seemed to be relatively easy to deal with, and was the only female, and then rushed over. Hey! It seems that the elite camp is not completely vain. Everyone, please show a little bit of strength. At this time, watching the recruits who came along with the smoke, Rob Lucci, as the captain, finally opened his mouth. As soon as the voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Hey, interesting. Chibaba, I want to fight 10. Oh, I'm going to go. The other CP9 members, including Keiku, all laughed, and then each performed the 6 styles to meet the elite battalion recruits. The area in front of the forest suddenly turned into a battlefield. The noise of fierce fighting rose and even spread into the forest. "Did you hear anything?" At this moment, in the forest, Xiaoming suddenly asked Hina next to him while he was dealing with the beasts that were continuously attracted. Hina looked dazed when she heard the words, and then shook her head. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. She didn't hear anything. Xiaoming didn't care anymore, and continued to capture the beast. Before he wanted to come, perhaps it was the noise caused by other recruits fighting. Of course, it is also possible that the 2 guys Xiun and Very Good went back and forth, trying to make some small moves. But Xiaoming naturally does not think they will cause any trouble to themselves. All in all, they can just farm the beasts here with peace of mind. Because Hina had to rest, the construction speed of the beast cell was reduced a lot, but with the passage of time, the area of the entire beast prison gradually expanded to almost cover the entire small forest. At this moment, Xiaoming had to pay attention to those noises again. Because before you know it, he and Hina have already come to that battlefield. 38. The power of CP9. In the battlefield. Smokey. Smoker was not to be outdone. After Drake took the shot, he turned into smoke and enveloped CP9 except Keiku. He actually wants to hit 6 of them. But soon, Smoker's hope fell through, and as the leader Rob Lucci said, all CP9s moved into action. Either flew or flashed, and left the place directly. White man. Smoker naturally wouldn't give up. As soon as the smoke froze, he stared at Jabra who was flying into the sky with moonwalk, and then a cloud of smoke flew out like a vine, soaring into the sky. Jabra suddenly smiled coldly, and the moment his body stopped, his feet suddenly burst into blue light. Tempest kick. The blue light descended from the sky, like a thunder, and instantly opened Smoker's white vines. But then, the cut smoke again twisted and reunited, turning into vines and lingering upward. Boom! 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 Upon seeing this, Jabra raised his eyebrows and stepped on the moonwalk in the mid-air long jump. But the white vine still chased after him in desperation, a gesture of not giving up if he didn't catch him. Interesting, this should be the Logia Devil Fruit ability, right? Jabra was not surprised and rejoiced, murmured, and suddenly released several Tempest Kick in mid-air. The cyan light flashed, and the chasing by man was cut to pieces, and could no longer be reunited as easily as before. Taking advantage of this gap, Jabra sneered, and the figure suddenly shot towards Smoker. When Smoker and Jabra were fighting, Very Good and Xiun also took action. Very Good turned into a large number of iron peas again, and flew towards Khalifa. Khalifa used paper arts to dodge flexibly, but at this moment, Xiun joined the siege in an attempt to contain Khalifa and create a fighter for Very Good.